Protection
Recording in
Division.
progress.
Today's public meeting is a continuation of the informational and environmental scoping meeting for the proposed Compass Energy Storage project that was held on May 29th. If you missed it or would like to watch the presentation from the May 29th meeting, a link to the recording is available on the events page for the information and environmental scoping meeting for the proposed project at Compass Energy Storage Project, and a copy of the presentation was also filed into that docket. So the purpose of today's meeting, though, is to provide additional opportunities to receive public comments. The comment period for the notice of preparation closes on June 4th, 2025. The CEC staff will consider all comments received as they prepare the staff assessment that will include a complete EIR for the proposed project. We anticipate the staff assessment will be published and circulated for public review in the fall of this year. So to help set the stage, the CEC does not advocate for or against specific projects. Instead, we ensure each proposal is reviewed objectively, independently, based on safety, environmental standards, community feedback, and applying applicable law at the local, state, and federal levels. And we have been doing this for more than 50 years. So with that, I want to again thank you for tuning in today. We look forward to hearing from you. And now I'm going to turn it over to our public advisor, Mona, and her team that will highlight the multiple opportunities for public input. We look forward to hearing from you, and now I'll pass it over to Mona Body.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I'm Mona Batty, the public advisor for the California Energy Commission. And before we move on to public comment today, I'm going to do a brief overview of the different ways that you can participate in this proceeding and other CEC proceedings. If I could have the next slide. Oh, I think we covered this content. So next slide. All right, so we just heard the welcome, and after my presentation, we're going to do public comment. Then there's going to be some closing remarks, including brief remarks about the next steps, and then we'll adjourn this meeting. Next slide. Next slide, please. All right, and one more slide. Okay, great. Thank you so much. I'm with the Office of the Public Advisor, Energy Equity and Tribal Affairs. Part of our mission is to facilitate public and tribal engagement in CEC programs and policies. We are a free resource available to anyone that wants to participate in CEC proceedings, including this Compass proceeding. And I'm going to be sharing our contact information on a later slide. Next slide, please. I'm going to go into more detail about the different ways to participate in CEC's Compass proceeding. The first is just to follow the proceeding. Another is to comment. And a third option open to California Native American tribes is tribal consultation. Next slide, please. So I'm going to go into more detail about how to follow this proceeding. One of the most popular ways to participate in our programs and policies is just to follow them. You can follow our proceedings by reviewing materials we post on our website, signing up for email updates, and by attending events like the one here today. Our events are almost always hybrid or fully virtual via Zoom, so the public can attend from anywhere with a phone or internet connection. On this slide, you will see a snapshot of the web page for the proposed Compass project. It has information on the proposed project and project status. It has a place where you can subscribe for free email updates on the project under the subscribe link. And then there's also a link to submit written comments directly to the project docket and a link to the docket itself. Now, what is a docket? Next slide. The CEC has publicly accessible online dockets for its proceedings. This is basically a place where project application materials, public comments, notices, agendas, and other documents are filed and available online. On this slide, you'll see an image of the docket for the proposed Compass project. With few exceptions, all materials in the docket are linked and available for anyone to download and view for free. We've received a lot of written comments for the Compass project so far. And if you go into the docket, you can read your own comment if you've submitted a comment, and read others' comments as well. Next slide, please. Another way to participate is to comment. So as in all of CEC programs and policies, any person can comment verbally at a CEC event or in writing. Please note that comments do become part of the public record, and so they can be searchable via internet search engine. To comment verbally, you will just attend the event and wait for the instructions during the public comment period to make your comment. For our hybrid events, you can comment in person or via Zoom, online, or by phone. And coming up, we will have the public comment period for today's event and the accompanying instructions. The CEC also welcomes written comments. As I stated before, for the website, we have what's called a docket for each proceeding. And you can submit comments to the docket for the proceeding at any time, but the most effective time to do so is during the announced public comment periods. And on our website, you can submit a comment electronically just by typing it into the e-comment page, or you can upload a document such as a letter. We also have email and paper options, and those are detailed in the notice for today's event. If you need assistance providing comments, then you can contact the Office of the Public Advisor. And again, I'll have our contact information on a later slide. Next slide, please. The CEC invites tribal consultations in this and other opt-in proceedings. This is the third option for engagement, and it is open to California Native American tribes. Gabriel Rourke from the CEC's Siting Division is available for inquiries and other communications from California Native American tribes, and I've got his contact information on this slide. Next slide, please. All right, thank you so much for attending today's event. We've already got 61 people joining us on the Zoom, and we're here to serve California, and your participation helps us do our jobs. I put my contact information on this last slide. Again, my office is available to support public participation in this proceedings. And then next, we're gonna go on to public comment. We'll do some instructions. All right. So next slide, please. All right. So at this first comment, we're reserving time for government comments, and that includes California Native American tribes, state, city, county, and elected officials. And then we will move on to general public comment. So if you are here with a government, and that's including a California Native American tribal government, and you'd like to comment at this time, if you could raise your hand. And I do ask, if you are here to make general public comment, to wait until we call for that time period. This initial time period is for government speakers, and I will ask for you to identify your government affiliation before speaking. And if not, ask if you could reserve. So if you are not here with a government and you have your hand raised, please lower your hand so I can capture anyone from government entities with a raised hand. All right. And it's looking like we don't have government commenters at this time. So I'm gonna, if we can go to the next slide, we're gonna move to general public comment. So this is for any attendees. If you'd like to comment, you can start raising your hands now. If you're Zoom online, you'll use the raise hand feature on your screen. It looks like an open palm. And if you're joining by phone, you'll press *9. That's going to tell us you'd like to comment. And I just want to announce, so our event is day 2. And as Elizabeth mentioned, the recording from day 1 is on the event webpage. And that has all of the presentations, including the technical presentations that were made on the 29th, and anyone can access that at any time. Today's event is going to be for public comment, and we're going to take as many raised hands as we have, and then we will adjourn after going over next steps. So if you want to comment, now is please the time to raise your hand Don't wait. All right. So we've got some raised hands. I'm going to announce your name. I will unmute your line, and then I will ask you to unmute on your end. We are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. There's going to be a timer on the screen. Paul, it's you're identified as Paul, iPad 9. I'm going to open your line, Paul. If you can please unmute on your end. It is helpful if you state and spell your name for the court reporter so we can capture that accurately in our record.
Hello. Yes, my name is Paul Taylor, and that's Taylor. I'm a San Clemente resident and homeowner for the last 16 years. I am retired, but spent my career as an engineer and economist in the energy sector all over the world. Like others, I oppose the Compass Project on safety concerns, but would also like to address another important issue. Last Thursday, the CEC said its primary function is state energy policy and commitment to affordable energy. How are we supposed to believe this when we have the highest priced gasoline in the nation and 2 refiners are imminently leaving? We also have the most expensive electricity in the nation. Since 2008, California's average residential electricity has risen 3 times faster than the rest of the nation. In 7 years, my electric bill has doubled. When I complain about this to the CPUC, I get nothing. Why is this happening? First off, 12 years ago, San Onofre nuclear plant was shut down, leading to a $10 billion cost for ratepayers and a huge deficit in local power supply. Then 11 years ago, Evenpaw Solar Thermal Plant was brought online with notable support from the CEC, but this $2.2 billion experiment never operated as planned and will largely shut down in 2026 as an incredibly short 12-year run. In comparison, San Onofre ran for 45 years. When SDG&E experiences supply deficits, gas plants are used. This means SDG&E customers like me pay more yet again due to cap and trade policy because it's politically unpopular to use fossil fuel in California. So who pays for Compass? Who pays to decommission Evenpaw? How long will the battery storage experiment last before we have to decommission all these facilities? When will we admit solar plus batteries at scale is not affordable? Why don't we recognize the cost of living in California is ridiculous and it's because of bad policy? I cannot believe one public figure even brought this up last Thursday. Rather, we just got hollow platitudes about being committed to clean energy. Accordingly, I oppose the Compass Project and will oppose every other project like it until energy policy in California becomes more balanced and actually addresses affordability instead of just talking about it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Paul. Next, we're going to hear from Ann Mudry, and I'm going to open your line. Just a reminder to state and spell your name for a court reporter, and we're asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. And if you could unmute on your end, that will allow you to begin.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Ann, A-N-N, Mudry, M-U-D-R-Y. I have lived in Laguna Niguel for 42 years. I have worked sometimes 2 jobs to pay off my home. And now this. A lot of you know my husband, Dwight Mudry, PhD, biology, environmentalist, and specialist in permits and limnology. Limnology is water. He has worked with you in the past, CEC. Water, we all need water. We're 92% needed in our human bodies. Here are my grandchildren. Can you see me?
Sorry, Ann, we don't have the video feed coming through for commenting.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
I'm sorry. They're my grandchildren. They're bright, brilliant, and both in the gifted program GATE. Ivan wants to get into science and math. Erla, art and legal field. There are 200 elementary, middle, and high schools and colleges within an 8-mile radius of this site. Don't do this to our children, the future of America, or the citizens of Laguna Niguel, or area. Dwight and I oppose this project because of safety. Please go to the dump. The grid is there. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Anne, for those comments. Next, we're going to hear from Melinda Queen. Melinda, I'm going to open your line. Just a reminder to spell your name for our court reporter. We are asking for, oh, I lost you, Melinda. Oh, wait, there we go. Okay, Melinda, I'm going to open your line now.
Hi, this is Melinda Queen. I work for J. Sarah Catholic High School and I live in Laguna Niguel, California. Right up the hill from where this proposed battery storage site is happening. Not only has our president, Rich Meyer, sent a letter to the California Energy Commission back in December of 2024 for expressing the concerns we have because we are charged with the health and safety of over 1,500 students, faculty, staff, and visitors located just a mile down the road from this proposed site. In addition, we have a convent located on Hidden Creek Road there in San Juan, right beneath where the proposed site is as well. And their safety is of the utmost importance to us. I live on the intersection of Golden Lantern and Marina Hills, which is right above where this proposed site is proposed. And I have very deep concerns about the safety of not just the school, the convent, me, my family, but the whole community of San Juan Capistrano and Laguna Niguel regarding this issue. I think if we take a look back at the incidences that have occurred just with trucks, with the lithium batteries, and the devastation it's caused, shutting down the 15 freeway for 3 days. Nobody could go on either side of the 15 freeway. Plus, I know there was another incident it was either Los Angeles or Long Beach. So I beg of you, as a concerned citizen of this community, to reconsider approving this lithium battery storage. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Melinda. All right, next we're going to hear from Susan Stabell. Susan, I'm going to open your line. Just a reminder to state and spell your name. There's going to be a timer on the screen. It'll start after you've completed spelling your name. Susan, if you could unmute on your end, that'll allow you to begin. All right, Susan, your line is open and you've, let's see, I think you're still muted. So we're not getting any audio from you. I'm going to move on to the next commenter, and then I'm going to come back to you, Susan, to see if we can get your audio to work, okay? All right. Dennis Montanaro, I'm going to open your line. Just a reminder to please state and spell your name for the record, and we're asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. Dennis, your line is open and you've unmuted, but we're not getting any audio from you. All right, I'm gonna come back to you, Dennis, and try again. If you could just look at your audio settings and then we'll come back to you. All right, Ruth Ann Bridges, I'm gonna open your line. If you could please state and spell your name for the record. I'm gonna open right now and you'll unmute on your end and then you can begin.
My name is Ruthanna Bridges, Ruthanna Bridges, Bridges. I live in San Juan Capistrano, just probably less than 1/5 of a mile as the crow flies from the proposed facility. I've done quite a bit of research on it. for its safety and appropriateness so close to homes and schools. And I really feel this is a very poor choice for a place to put this. There's a lot of other areas that are farther away from an impacted area than this is. It baffles my mind why they drop it right in the middle of a community and less than, half of a mile from a large school. 3 large schools, by the way. There's another one on the opposing corner and more right down the street. Seems like there could be many different places to put this, not in our backyard. Everything I've read makes these things sound completely horrific and prone to accidents, not even the potential of accidents, but they're prone to devastating accidents. So I sincerely request that this not be dropped in our backyard. San Juan is a beautiful and safe and lovely place to live, and this is potentially a nightmare. And from everything I've read, it is more than potentially a nightmare. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ruth Ann. All right, Susan, I'm going to come back and try your line again. Just a reminder, so this is for Susan Stabell. I'm going to open your line and then you'll unmute on your end and then you can begin. All right, Susan, we're not getting any audio. I'm going to move on. All right, Teresa Ford, I'm going to open your line. If you could unmute on your end, and just a reminder to please state and spell your name for the record. There's going to be a timer on the screen. We are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less.
Hello, my name is Teresa Ford, T-H-E-R-E-S-A-F-O-R-D. I'm a resident of Laguna Niguel. I called in today to expose a troubling breach of impartiality within the California Energy Commission's informational and scoping review process. The CEC Commission exists to serve the public interest by ensuring transparency, fairness, and accountability in energy policy decisions. Yet, recent events observed on May 29th cast doubt on whether this fundamental principle has been upheld. During the afternoon break, Renee Robin and other NG representatives were seen privately conversing with multiple commissioners and staff without a court reporter present. Meanwhile, community members who waited for hours to receive only 2 minutes to speak were left watching as the applicant engaged in direct off-record discussions. This violates the very spirit of impartiality. When session breaks occur, the public hearing is closed and the commissioners are not to receive new information. Yet Compass disregarded this safeguard, and more alarmingly, the CEC permitted it, an unacceptable conflict of interest. The appearance is clear. This commission shares a comfortable, familiar relationship with the applicant. This reveals that significant time had already been spent together in prior informational and scoping during an on-site tour. Additionally, I expressed my disappointment that the May 29th meeting was scheduled from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m., yet ended prematurely before 8:30 p.m., failing to honor its published commitment. The public deserves fairness, transparency, and equal access in this process. The CEC must be held accountable and ensure that private discussions during hearings cease immediately. We demand clarity, integrity, and the end of preferential treatment for applicants. Anything less undermines public trust and questions the legitimacy of this review process. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Teresa. Next, we're going to hear from James Harris. James, I'm going to open your line. Just a reminder to please state and spell your record or your name for the record, and you can unmute on your end to begin.
Hi, my name is James Harris. I'm a Laguna Niguel resident of 32 years, and I'm calling to oppose the proposal of placing a hazardous battery storage facility in a beautiful area located in South Orange County. And Laguna Niguel and the surrounding area of the proposed battery storage facility has been labeled by CAL FIRE as a high fire hazard severity zone. It's curious that the terrain at the battery facility is not also listed as high fire hazard security zone. It's the exact same terrain. These are terrains that I regularly hike. I try to hike these trails in these locations nearly every day if possible. So the terrain is the exact same terrain, but not listed as the same. So the surrounding areas of these facilities are high fire hazard severity zone, which we all know what that means, and we all know what the result of a battery, a burning battery facility that burns for days on ends, what the result would be if it lit up these high fire hazard severity zones listed by CAL FIRE. That's one issue that I have, just the concern about the environmental impact and the possible destruction of our beautiful communities. But also, I'm curious. I know the council's not able to answer this, but I'm curious if there is a pending grand jury investigation of this whole process, if this has been raised, or if somebody's moving towards reaching out to the grand jury to start some type of investigation of what's been taking place with this facility and the amount of money that's been passing hands through some of our college districts and other supporters of this proposal. The people in the area are absolutely opposed to this, and I hope that the California Energy Committee is listening to us and prevents this from being built in this location. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, James. All right. I'm Dennis Montanaro. I'm gonna try your line again. So I'll unmute on my end, and then you will need to unmute on your end, and then you may begin. We're gonna try one more time to see if we can get your audio through. All right, Dennis, we're not getting any audio from you. Can you try unmuting on your end? All right. I'm so sorry, Dennis, we were not able to get your audio. I'm going to move on to Lisa Hand. Lisa, I'm going to open your line. You'll unmute on your end. Just a reminder to state and spell your name for our record. And then also we're asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. There'll be a timer on the screen.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Lisa Padgalska's Hand, but for ease, I'll just say Lisa Hand, H-A-N-D. I didn't sleep well last night thinking about what I would say today because there's so much on the line here. I live in Concord Hill, directly above where this battery plant would be. And my house is on the very edge of that ridge. So if we know fires rush uphill, and selfishly, I'm thinking of me and our neighbors would be the first to go probably. So that we're even having this conversation is unfathomable to me and everyone that I talk to. And I hike this hill several times a week. It's beautiful in spring, but the mustard plant and the thistle, they dry out, they become flammable vegetation for most of the year. It's not cleared. It's a high fire danger, and there's signs all around that say that. So I invite the CEC to come and take a hike with me. But take a look and see all the high, tall weeds, very flammable. But we would have to go early as it gets hot on that hill later, especially now that it's June. So this park or this plant belongs in an industrial park away from homes and schools. So it's not only dangerous, but it would be big, ugly, noisy too. And obviously life-threatening and a threat to our communities. So this might be a lucrative location for Compass, but it'll cost me and my neighbors and my community a lot in lost home values increased fire insurance premiums, and lost quality of life and lost sleep, and all the anxiety it's causing all of us because we love our community. I implore you to put yourselves in our position. Take it, if you're at the top of this hill and you're looking down on this massive plant that's dangerous and flammable, how would you feel about having your home and your family there? Anyway, thank you very much for making the right decision and not allowing this to happen in the middle of our beautiful community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. Next, we're going to hear from Thomas Dunn. Thomas, I'm going to open your line. You'll unmute on your end. And just a reminder to please state and spell your name for our record. Thomas, if you could unmute on your end. Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, my name is Thomas Dunn. That's ThomasDunn. And I live at One Knob Hill, which is approximately 1,600 feet from where this BESS facility is proposed to be sited. My lot overlooks the entire valley, and I am 458 feet above sea level, whereas the site is down there at about 31 feet above sea level. Let me just be clear about one issue with regard to the CEC. I know that you are not tasked with picking any location for a best site. Big however, it is within the Commission's authority to deny an application when the proposed location is determined through simple, common sense, and unbiased review to be unsuitable and inappropriate to site such a facility, especially close to homes, schools, churches, sacred land. This area, NG knows full well, is in a high fire zone. The CEC, I would petition them to show that they are on the side of citizen safety versus in concert with such a poor choice of location for a BESS facility. I'm for clean energy, yes, but safety is first. In closing, please consider denying this location. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Next, we're going to hear from Marianne Tucker. Marianne, I'm going to open your line. Just a reminder, just please state and spell your name for our co-reporter. Marianne, if you could unmute on your end. There we go.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't sure how to unmute. Marianne Tucker, MARYANNTUCKER. And I'm a resident of South Orange County, San Juan Capistrano. I have a home that is half a mile away from the proposed Compass Energy Storage project. And that's about 2,500 feet. It's in a community called Village San Juan. It's been there since 1972. There's about 650 homes in there. It's on the east side of the freeway, and there's only one way out, and that is going towards the facility. So if there's a fire and explosion, you have to drive towards that to get out. And there's a lot of other neighborhoods along that same strip of Rancho Viejo Road. Not just that one, many homes up in the hills that also have just one way out. They'd have to drive toward the accident that is probably inevitably going to happen at this facility, because eventually it will catch on fire. They always do. Also, the fumes from the fire, even when it's not exploding or on fire, the fumes from the project are ever present. The toxic fumes are always low line level, which is very hazardous to our health. I'm so sad because I bought this house in 1980. And I'm having my son and his family move into that in a year or so, but I certainly don't want them to move in with this hazard. The land is susceptible to moving. The railroad tracks are right there. The 5 freeways there. Going to shut down traffic for days. It's going to be gridlock in the state. The only route right from Canada to Mexico is the 5 freeway. It'll be impossible to get to Mission Hospital. There's many schools that are going to be impacted. Very dangerous for our health. It's not if it catches fire, but when. It's so hazardous. They don't want anybody on site full time because it's not safe for the employees to be there monitoring the situation. They have to do it remotely. Please deny this project for the health of all of us in South Orange County. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marianne. Right. And next we're going to hear from Michelle Leonard. Michelle, I'm going to open your line. You'll unmute on your end by clicking the audio icon on your screen. And we are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less.
Hi, my name is Michelle Lenhart, and I'm a resident of Laguna Niguel. You spell my name Michele, last name Leonhart. I attended and sat through the entire day one meeting, and I was there to listen. What I did hear is that the community has raised serious public safety, fire, environmental, ecological, and nature concerns for placing this battery storage facility in this proposed location. What I did hear is that there is virtually no support from the community or from our beloved civic and service organizations for this proposal at this location. What I did hear is that the only benefits outweighing all these risks are to the company's profits and expediency. What I did hear is concern over the integrity of the application itself. I am very concerned over the omissions by Compass of the unstableness of that land, the false claims by Compass of community support for the proposal, and the downplaying of very real public safety threats. With my 34 years in federal law enforcement, I learned to always follow the evidence and to always do a risk-benefit analysis that places public safety on top. I believe the voices from the community, the mayors of San Juan Capistrano and Laguna Niguel, our state, local, and federal elected officials, as well as the experienced firemen who are not on the Compass payroll, have made the case as to why you should do your duty and deny this application for this unsuitable location. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Next, we're going to hear from Helen Smith. Helen, I'm going to open your line. Just a reminder to please state and spell your name for our court reporter. Oh, Helen, I lost you. Okay, Helen, I'm going to open your line now.
Mute. Hello, I am Helen Smith, HelenSmith, and I appreciate the opportunity to comment. I was also at the meeting last week in person. I do want to say that this is a force fit into our Laguna Niguel, San Juan Capistrano, South Orange County community. It's already been rejected by the local communities, and so Compass went to the state to bypass our input. And so I really appreciate that the state is giving us this chance. And I'll just add, echo what's been said before, the environmental concerns, especially the fire potential in a community that's already been traumatized by a brush fire that went up into the houses. Also the safety access, having to cross the railroad tracks. And I don't know enough specifics about it, but, Saddleback Church right there has large congregations. And if they're sharing an access road when a fire breaks out and they have to evacuate, rapidly, that could be a potential problem. I do use those trails all the time, and I have for over 30 years. So I really want to encourage the state to please reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Helen. Next, we're going to hear from, I think, A. Lucas, if I'm saying that correctly. I'm going to open your line. If you are able, please share and spell your name for our record as well. We're asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. Hey, Lucas, you've unmuted on your end, but we're not getting any audio from you. I'm gonna come back to you in a moment, okay? All right. Next, we'll hear from Diana Stark. Diana, I'm going to open your line. If you could please state and spell your name for our record. We're asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. There's going to be a timer on the screen.
Okay, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so my name is Diana Stark, Dianna. Last name is Stark. I'm a resident of Laguna Niguel, very close to the proposed site. I am also a business owner, very close to the proposed site. I have also submitted a written comment, and I would like to say everybody is focusing on the safety, and I think none of you care about the safety, because by placing it here, you're going to poison our land, our environment, our water, our wildlife, our children, our elderly, and our disabled. Because there is Section 8 housing there, there's also over 55 housing there. If anyone cared about the safety, this would never have been proposed in the first place. Saddleback Church has called itself a Christian organization, but sold this land to Compass Energy for profit, not considering for one moment the souls you would hurt and the land you would poison. So looking at this, since nobody seems to care about the safety, when this facility burns, and it will, because they all do, as many of your speakers have commented, you will be desecrating the value of millions and millions of dollars worth of California real estate. You will be potentially shutting down a major transportation corridor, which will cost the state millions in lost revenue. You will cause schools to close, businesses to close. You will cost the state and this company. You will create homelessness of our marginalized communities who will have no place to go when they have to evacuate this region. The company will be fined. You will face legal actions. You will suffer reputational damage, and you will potentially face liability costs that will make you unsustainable. The California state already faces a huge budget crisis, and you will be making it worse. You're putting a small Chernobyl in the center of one of Southern California's busiest areas. So like I said, health, wellness, and safety of our population and environment clearly wasn't your concern at any point. But if you are thinking about money, which your short-term gain is obviously your goal, look at the long-term financial devastation for you, Compass Energy, for you, California, and for us, the families and businesses impacted by this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. All right. So we've got a few more raised hands. I am also going to try the folks that we weren't able to get audio from earlier. And just a reminder, if you're joining to make public comment, to please raise your hand now so that we can call on you. And also, if once we call on your name, if you're joining by Zoom online, you will click on the microphone icon. It depending on your screen configuration, it'll be on the bottom of your Zoom window. It looks like a little microphone. You'll click on that to unmute on your end. And also, just a reminder, you'll want your microphone function to be connected to Zoom as well. So that's another troubleshooting item to check to make sure that your microphone is connected to the device that you're speaking into. All right. And I'm going to go to Rochelle DeBaca. Rochelle, I'm going to open your line. You'll unmute on your end. Just a reminder to please state and spell your name for our court reporter. The timer will start after you have completed spelling your name, and we are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Rochelle DeBaca, Rachelle, DeBaca, DEBACA. And I strongly oppose the proposed lithium battery storage facility in San Juan Capistrano, near my home in Laguna Niguel. At the May 29th meeting, we heard about outdoor battery containers and fire safety measures. But what we didn't hear enough about were the serious public safety risks. As Mayor Troy Bourne said, the site has ongoing erosion and landslide issues. This land cannot be safely developed in its current condition. Even more alarming, the site has only one access point through a railroad crossing with a known history of accidents. Local firefighters are strongly opposed to the project because they understand the danger that limited access poses in an emergency. If we approve this project without addressing these critical risks, we're not planning for the future. We're putting people in harm's way. This isn't just about storing energy. It's about responsibility, safety, and protecting our community. Please reject this project until these dangers are fully resolved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rochelle. All right, next we're going to hear from Carl and Amy David. I'm going to open your line. Just a reminder to please state and spell your name for our record. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, this is Carl David, C-A-R-L, David, D-A-V-I-D, and I'm a 30-year resident of Laguna Niguel, 2 miles from the site, and a retired Army Lieutenant Colonel. Today, I want to remind you that and point out the outrage you experienced at the last meeting has permeated our community, and our voices should matter. The thing I want to talk about today is address 2 deficiencies in the community engagement benefit the project that, as you know, is required by the project. I specifically questioned the use of NG by Saddleback College and the South Orange County Community College District that signed a grant of $750,000. I question the use of a Mission Viejo community benefit, not Laguna Niguel or San Juan Capistrano. Today, I participated in a peaceful protest in front of the Community College District with a Q&A with the Saddleback College president. He informed us they had rejected a community benefit agreement from NG and Compass, but rather signed a grant only, which questions whether this arrangement qualifies with geography or legality for this application. Please consider this and deny that portion of the application. Additionally, as a military officer, I'm also concerned about the military-style domestic terrorism threat. This is a super soft target that is accessible from multiple avenues of approach, and simple terrorism sniper can take out 1 or 2 or all of these. So needless to say, I'm seriously concerned and would hope that staff assessment will include a threat assessment from all avenues of approach using all law enforcement and any potential terrorism, joint terrorism task force threat analysis. Thank you very much, and please deny this project.
Thank you, Carl. Next, we're going to hear from Stacy Olson. Stacy, I'm going to open your line. We are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Stacy Olson, Staceyolson. I also live in the village, which is very near to this site. One thing I know, Mona, from your biography online, it says that you also represent tribal relations as a part of your primary goals, and that's something that hasn't been brought up. My partner is Native American, and I'd like to mention that this land in Orange County has been native land for over 10,000 years, and at San Juan Capistrano especially, right? And so part of the cultural sensitivity that is being ignored by this facility is that there are sacred lands that are within the boundary that will be disrupted. There is a huge environmental impact as well that was mentioned by many already, such as fires and chemical leaks that surround the natural ecosystems, and these hold spiritual value to the Acmen people. There's been a lack of representation, and when we think about the long-term damage to the ecological systems that are here, for example, Oso Creek, a fire or chemical leak could contaminate this creek. It can affect the wildlife and the water quality. And then we also have, again, issues with emergency access that several people have already mentioned. This facility is planned within 1,500 feet of local homes. and affects senior living centers, medical facilities, and the risk of fire and toxic gas, of course, is also a huge concern to residents. Also, the site has limited access points again, and it's really not suited for the type of emergency response that would be required. And then finally, when we think about if there is a fire, that discharge goes straight into the creek, which again, then also goes to the ocean, right? So thank you very much.
Thank you, Stacy. Before we go to other raised hands, I just want to announce, so we're going to call on everyone that has raised their hand and would like to comment today. Today's event is a continuation of public comment. So after we've heard from everyone, we're going to briefly announce next steps and then adjourn the meeting. So I wanted to just announce that, like, now is the time to raise your hand. If you've got friends or family or neighbors that were planning to attend, we do ask that people join now and raise their hand so we can make sure that we can hear from everyone. I also just want to remind everyone that the CEC does do multiple public events for each of these opt-in proceedings. And of course, our docket and e-commenting page is open 24/7. And you don't have to do a letter or anything like that. You can just type your comments directly in on the webpage. And so with that, I'm going to go to Jamie Stark. Jamie, I'm going to open your line. You'll unmute on your end, and just a reminder to please state and spell your name for the record.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jamie Stark, Jamiestark. I'm a resident of Laguna Niguel, not too far from where the proposed facility is. Yeah, I just wanted to echo a lot of what's been said, but lithium-ion batteries present a huge fire risk. It takes vast amounts of resources and water to extinguish fires. That area where this is located is already fire prone. It presents a huge environmental danger. The Trabuco Creek there, it's an environmentally sensitive area, and fire suppression efforts could contaminate the waterway. The local fire departments have said they can't actually handle these type of fires, so we'd be reliant on, I don't know, federal input, I guess, if there was a fire. I worry about the structural integrity. They're in galvanized steel containers that can rust in salt air, which there's plenty of around here. There's, just vast community safety issues with these. It's in a residential area, and it's not just residential homes. There's Section 8 housing, there's senior facilities there, there's low-income housing. I don't know where those people are supposed to go if there's an evacuation. And when these type of batteries burn, you have to be evacuated. There's schools everywhere around here. The Saddleback College, J. Sarah, Nigel Middle, Capistrano Valley High School are all close to that area there and would all need to be evacuated. It's in the transportation corridor. That you got the 5 freeway there, and you got the railroad tracks. It would shut all that down. It's the main artery between Los Angeles and San Diego, and a fire that would shut all that down. It's going to present insurance issues for homeowners, businesses. Everybody in the region is going to have insurance problems as a result of this. And we already face insurance issues in this region because of fire risk. And you want to put something there that is going to present more fire risk. You've got non-recyclable waste. Lithium batteries are not easily recyclable. It's just like endless the reasons not to do this, and there's no good reason to do it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Jamie. All right. Next, I'm going to open the line of a attendee identified as iPad. Sorry, I don't have your name on the screen. If you'll get a cue to unmute, if you'll unmute on your end, it is helpful if you share your name and spell it for our record as well. All right. Oh, there we go.
Hi, my name is Shohreh Hejazi, Shohreh. Last name is Hejazi, Hejazi. I live in Laguna Niguel, and I'm strongly opposed to this project, and I'm so pleased that other people in this session explained the danger and the side effect of this project very eloquently. So I'm just gonna finish my comment by please reject this project. This will make our environment very unsafe. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to express my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Shohreh. Okay. Next, we're going to hear from Brian Robertson. Brian, I'm going to open your line. You'll unmute on your end, and then you can begin.
Okay, I believe I'm unmuted. Hi, Brian Robertson's my name. Laguna Niguel homeowner for the past 18 years. I just can't understand how this project can be further considered to be approved given the fire at Moss Landing facility on January 16th, 2025. And certainly the CEC has heard and read about the fire, and there's probably been talk on it already today and in the past. But Moss Landing area is not known for high winds, much cooler year-round than San Juan Capistrano. Moss Landing is an order of magnitude less dense in population than the site earmarked for the Compass Energy Storage Project, but Moss Landing still experienced disastrous issues with the smoke and toxic emissions in the air and soil. There's so many statements from the best proponents that Moss Landing used a different type of battery, or there's a 1% chance with our mitigation we'll have a problem, and everything's so much better than Moss Landing. Well, just tell that to the people in Moss Landing that were evacuated up to 8 miles away from the fire when initially told only 2 miles you got to worry about. Well, anyhow, the consideration for the proximity of residents, schools, highways, businesses just seems to be non-existent. And once again, the state bureaucrats are determined to change what we should be able to control within our cities. Please don't let this happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Brian. All right, next we're going to hear from Michael Q. I'm going to open your line. Just a reminder to please state and spell your name for the record if you're willing to share that for our court reporter to capture. Michael, if you can unmute on your end, then you can begin.
Yes. Hi, my name is Amanda Quintanilla, Amanda Quintanilla, and I've lived in Southern Orange County for over 50 years. I'm in strong opposition to the proposed Compass Energy Storage Project. More importantly, I'm opposed to any battery energy storage system in Southern Orange County, especially in our open spaces and mitigated lands. Another location is not an option. Don't even think about coming to San Clemente. As a registered nurse, I'm concerned regarding the health risk from lithium battery fires that emit toxic gases that are hazardous, which can cause severe debilitating health issues. These fires will emit toxic gases and will be a public health risk to the surrounding communities, especially during windy conditions such as Santa Ana winds. The wildfire risks are extremely high in this location, which is surrounded by dry vegetation. The steep terrain will not provide easy access to extinguish these fires. This will endanger businesses, homes, and schools. Former San Clemente Mayor Chris Ham and president of the Orange County Professional Firefighters spoke on May 29th, stating that firefighters are not equipped to handle these toxic fires, and this is a powerful statement. He also spoke about health risks to our firefighters. As a result of exposure and long-lasting effects, firefighters have to stop working. This ruins their careers. As someone who fought the toll roads with the Not My Toll Road group, a grassroots movement through San Juan Capistrano, San Clemente, I'm concerned about the impact on transportation concerns along the I-5 due to this project. In addition, I'm concerned about railroad safety for the railroad right-of-way for the passenger rail and commercial rail service of the low sand rail corridor that includes Amtrak, Metrolink, OCTA, and freight operators such as BNSF Railway. I am deeply concerned about the environmental impacts on the species such as Pacific pocket mouse, arroyo toad, the light-footed ridgeway, the Belding savanna sparrow, and the arroyo toad. Also plant species such as the Broughton's milkfetch, California sagebrush, and possible Rodea filophilia, with all are endangered and threatened species. If there are any fires, the runoff will adversely affect the proximity of the Oso and Arroyo Creek watershed that will further exacerbate potential water quality issues containing the San Juan Creek watershed, which flows into the ocean just miles away. Our creeks will be easily contaminated with heavy metals and absorbed to the region's soil, adversely impacting our local ecosystem that would head our ocean. The geological concerns regarding the unstable land that is comprised of Capistrano land formation, which is unstable. A whole community of Colina Sur that is adjacent to this property was not able to be developed as a result of this unstable land. Why would anyone think about building a battery energy storage system in this location? I also wanted to address the conduct by the Compass attorney who went up from person to person at the May 29th meeting, trying to influence, intimidate, and make allegations about what the public had stated in their public comment. Thank you so much. I do not support this Compass energy storage system. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Amanda. All right, next we're gonna go to a caller identified as Terry's iPad. So Terry, I'm gonna open your line. You'll unmute on your end. It is helpful if you can state and spell your name for our record as well.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Terry Dong, D-O-N-G, and I live in Laguna Niguel, and I am opposed to this location for a battery energy storage system, especially after learning that the site is in a high fire zone, has severe creek erosion issues, and is geologically unstable, with only a single point of access in case of emergency. I have solar panels on my house. I understand that California pays other states to take our excess solar. We need to store this excess energy, but at sites that only make sense, especially since San Juan Capistrano has offered other sites within the city. This doesn't make any sense. It's too dangerous. Please oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. And just a reminder, if you're here to make public comment, that is the rest of our program today before making some brief closing remarks on next steps and adjournment. So now is the time to please raise your hand so we can make sure to call on you. We are going to call on everyone that has raised their hand before we adjourn today. All right, next we're going to call on Michael McGrady. I'm going to open your line, Michael. Just unmute on your end and you can begin.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Michael McGrady, McGrady. I live next door to the proposed Compass project. Compass is the right name for this project. The CEC's goal of 100% clean energy by 2045 is clear, yet it feels like a compass spinning wildly. It points in a direction that ignores the actual topography of our energy landscape, forecasting increased electrical demand while falsely promising the abandonment of natural gas peaker plants and imported power. This untenable and unscalable passionate pursuit of a single target without acknowledging real-world scale limitation is desperately thrusting a poorly conceived project and still developing technology next to my home. I feel like I'm coming into this process, though, profoundly disadvantaged. Last week, it was clear that staff and commissioners are already fully aligned with the monomaniacal agenda. Chairman Hookshield, while sympathetic, is a Sierra Club Trailblazer Award recipient as a champion of green technology. Commissioner Gallardo today is at Giga 2025 in Washington, D.C., advocating for the very lithium battery economy this project supports. It was concerning to hear CEC staff Dr. Greenberg and Brett Folks effectively doing Engie's job, suggesting new batteries as safe, touting new 2025 codes and collaborations while dismissing installations as recent as 5 years old as outdated. This project is supposed to last 20 years. If we're just figuring it out now, why not wait another 5 years to truly understand it? I feel my concerns about this location will be empathetically acknowledged, but ultimately overrun. I'm not here to oppose progress, but ensure the path we take, the compass we follow, is grounded in a clear-eyed view of reality and fairness, not just an idealized vision. Thank you, and great job, Mona.
Thanks, Michael. All right, next we're going to hear from Ron Cabrera. Ron, I'm going to open your line. Just a reminder to please state and spell your name for a court reporter. It's very helpful for our record.
Hello, Ron Cabrera, RONCABRERA. I'm a retired fire chief and resident of San Juan Capistrano, and I oppose the project due to many serious safety issues, including the following. Tesla megapacks do burn. NG has insisted that their battery cell technology will not be the cause of a fire. However, the Tesla megapack system can burn due to other causes, as documented in the EPRI database for best failure events, specifically the Tesla Megapack fire in Queensland, Australia, that occurred in 2023. And according to available data, most best fires of known cause were not battery cell related. Steel containers fail. Regardless of the cause, we must evaluate how fire spreads within and between units and how the steel containers will maintain their integrity. Based on the average thickness of the steel used for BESS containers, the common temperature of a lithium battery fire of 1800 degrees, the container's sides could fail within minutes. Fire code compliance. The applicable California Fire Code on Energy Systems states that large-scale fire testing shall be conducted on a representative energy storage system in accordance with UL 9540A. The testing shall show that a fire involving one energy storage system will not propagate to an adjacent energy storage system. The NFPA's definition of a large-scale fire test is the testing of a storage system that induces a significant fire into the device under test and evaluates whether the fire will spread to adjacent energy storage system units. While UL 9540A is a starting point for testing, it provides some information. It is still limited in scope since the parameters of the test may not create the conditions for a fire to ignite. According to the Project Hazard Mitigation Analysis dated November 25th, 2024, a large-scale fire test was not performed as required by the fire code. And until such testing is performed, Compass is not in compliance of the fire code. And lastly, best fire embers. Although NG's fire consultants claim burning lithium batteries do not cast embers, the burning cables, switches, and insulation materials within the container will cast hot fragments and embers into the high fire hazard area, especially in high winds. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ron. All right. Next, we're going to hear from Dennis. Dennis, I'm going to open your line. Just a reminder, we're asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. And if you could please state and spell your name for the record, that's very helpful. Dennis, your line is open and you've unmuted, but we're not getting any audio. If you can adjust the volume on your microphone, that might help. All right, we're still not getting any audio from you, Dennis. I'm going to come back to you to see if you can do some troubleshooting with your mic. Next, we're going to hear from Linda Ivanov. Linda, I'm going to open your line. Just a reminder to say and spell your name for a record and unmute on your end before beginning.
Good morning. My name is Linda Ivanov, Sage Environmental Group, LINDAIVANOV. My comments relate to the cultural resources and sacred land component of the project. I attended last week's meeting. I observed no participation by the local tribe and could not find tribal comments on the project docket. I've since contacted some of my personal tribal friends in San Juan Capistrano who were not aware of the project. That is 1/2 mile from their ancestral village at Patuita. How is this possible? The Wanenu tribe has office space in the city hall of Capistrano. Did the city not mention the project over the past several years? This tribe was integrally involved in the planning and construction of Patuita village nearby this site, working hand in hand with the city. Incredulously, the EIR chapter that was submitted by Dudek noted that tribal consultation was a government-to-government responsibility. They secured an outdated contact list and stated in their submittal that they did not contact the tribes. In my 20 years of working at CRM firms in California, tribal outreach was the responsibility of the EIR preparation team. I feel this is an egregious error and omission. When in this public process does anyone intend to outreach to the local tribe whose ancestors lived on the best site? The Cultural Resources chapter of the EIR was weak in its presentation overall. This proposed industrial facility will most certainly need to excavate to install utilities and connections, revealing buried artifacts and human remains. I submitted a written statement to the docket with more details. The San Juan Capistrano city officials last week clearly stated that this site has been investigated for decades for development. All proposed projects were deemed unbuildable because of landslides, creek erosion, and other unstable conditions. I'm outraged that Best donated, quote, bribed a large sum to the college. I'm outraged that our community is expected to rescue bankrupt Saddleback Church, who sold the property to Best to build an unwanted industrial facility. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Linda, for your comments. Next, we're going to hear from Grace. Grace, if I'm going to open your line, if you could please state and spell your name for our record. We're asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. Grace, your line is open and you've unmuted, but we're not getting any audio from you. And apologies, I don't have your last name on the screen. If you could try increasing the volume on your microphone, that might work. All right, we're not getting any audio feed from you, Grace. I'm going to move on and I will try you again if you want to adjust your settings. All right, and next we're going to hear from Vincent. Vincent, I'm going to open your line. You'll unmute on your end and then you may begin. Vincent, your line is open. You'll unmute on your end by clicking on the audio setting or the audio icon on your screen. All right, Vincent, we were not able to show you as unmuting. I am going to come back to you in a moment and see if we can, you can adjust your settings in the meantime. All right, we're going to next hear from Michelle Mara Mann. Michelle, I'm going to open your line. You'll unmute on your end and then you can begin.
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Okay. I am a longtime Laguna Niguel resident, and I'm going to read the letter I wrote to the Energy Commission, and then I'm going to tell you about me a little bit. I'll see if I can do it in 2 minutes. I am very concerned about this lithium battery storage facility. I would have never even known about it if I hadn't been walking on the cleanest trail one day and had seen the signs, then got all the information on Nextdoor. So as a longtime Laguna Niguel resident, I never was informed. No email, no real mail. So how can a community support or not support something they don't know about? But I do know about it now, and I've learned about the risk, and particularly the fire risks and the danger of thermal runaway. So the little research I did, it said a chain reaction can lead to uncontrollable fires and explosions. Such fires are extremely difficult to extinguish, and they release toxic gases, including hydrogen fluoride and other harmful chemicals. They pose significant danger and significant health risks to the nearby residents. And there are lots of residents that border the slope where that facility will be built. Incidents at similar facilities in other locations have shown that even with safety measures in place, accidents can and do happen. Placing such a high-risk facility near homes, schools, natural areas, they pose an unnecessary danger to our beautiful community that I loved for all these years. I can't really see my time, but I guess I have 29 seconds. Anyway, I urge you to reconsider the location of this facility and explore alternative, safer places that do not put public safety at risk. And just my personal note, I love walking on that trail. I've walked it for 37 years, and I would hate to see anything horrible happen back there. And it's dry, one little spark, and that slope's going up and houses are going to burn. So please reconsider this project. Please reconsider it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments, Michelle. All right. And next, we're going to move to Jerry Sluswitz. Excuse me if I've mispronounced your name, Jerry. I'm going to open your line. If you could please state and spell your name for the record, that would really help our court reporter.
Sure. Jerry Sluswitz is Jerry. S as in Sam, L-U, S as in Sam, I-E, W-I-C-Z. Ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I'm the former mayor of Laguna Niguel, just to let you know. So I've been to different meetings like this in the past. This seems like a use permit issue. That's basically all it is what do we want? What are you guys going to allow for that facility? And is that facility the best place or best location for the use that the proposed, that what they want to put in there, which is the battery storage facility? Look, in California, almost all the population is on the coast. We're a huge state. There's plenty of room outside of one of the most populated counties in the United States. 1 in 100 Americans lives in Orange County. Take that in. 1 out of every 100 people who live in the United States live in Orange County. Yet there's a proposal to put this potentially dangerous. I get it, it's potential, may or may not ever happen. But long-term, there's all kinds of things that could happen where we have such wide open spaces not too far from Orange County that they could use as a battery storage facility, that if something tragically did go wrong, some sort of a fire, some sort of an earthquake, ground pollution, whatever, we don't have this issue. It seems fairly easy to me that it's an easy decision to say no for the use of this property for this use. So that's all I got to say. Appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Jerry, for attending and your comments today. Next, I'm going to open the line for David Group. David, I'm going to open your line. You'll unmute on your end, and then you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Amy David. Good afternoon. I'm here today as a concerned community member who attended the May 29th hearing regarding the Compass Energy Storage. I'd like to express my deep concern over what appeared to be a serious breach of public trust during the session break at that meeting. While members of the public were informed that no comments could be made during the 15-minute break because the session was officially paused, present, several attendees, myself included,
Amy, we're getting some break in your audio feed, so we can't hear you. Do you want to speak closer to your mic?
Can you start the clock?
Yeah, we can move the clock back.
That's all I have.
We can hear you now if you want to. Sorry about that. Go for it.
Okay, but you didn't restart the clock.
Yeah, we're going back. We're going back in time, so you can start. We cut it. We heard the beginning of your remarks. It's just maybe a few sentences that the audio cut out, so we wanted to make sure to capture everything.
Okay. While members of the public were informed that no comments could be made during the 15-minute break because the session was officially paused and no court reporter was present, several attendees, including several representatives from the project applicant engaged in prolonged conversations with CEC commissioners, leaning over the dais in private close encounter without a court reporter present. Notate the comments of the discussion. This was appropriate, but it also undermined the integrity of the public process. Members of our community waited for over 10 hours just to receive 2 minutes of speaking time, to see the applicant speaking privately to commissioners during a time explicitly closed to public comment, like the blatant disregard for fairness, transparency, and the commissioner's role as an impartial evaluating body under Civil Code 25545-7.2. This encounter appeared to be a conflict of interest and came off deeply disrespectful and discouraging to the members of our community who respected the integrity of the session break period. The public deserves a process that's not only fair in practice, but perceived as fair. I am incredibly concerned that you would even try to shut down this communication opportunity for today when it has been published. People have to work for a living and try to get their 2 minutes of time in order to express their opinions on this. And yet, people in line to be able to speak, we're just shut this whole thing down as if it is trouble. I am deeply concerned at that if you are going to take that position. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Amy, for your comments. Appreciate your patience with the audio feed. Wanted to make sure to capture everything that you in your comments today. All right, and next we'll hear from Greg Shons. Greg, I'm going to open your line. If you could please state and spell your name for the record. Once you unmute, you can begin.
Okay, you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm Greg Shons, just a private citizen, and I just wanted to point out that to anybody not aware of this company called Gravity Power, this would be a system that would be safe, it'd be clean, eco-friendly, and yeah, it could be used in place of a lithium battery storage system. It's actually much more cost-effective as well. Estimates are up to around half the price for the same amount of energy. So yeah, I'll just read right off from their website. Actually, is there a way from not in 2 minutes? I was going to show. There's a great graphic on their website. Just gravitypower.net. You can learn all about them. But anyway, how it works is a gravity power plant is simple. It's reliable and elegant. We dig a deep shaft, into the ground using standard technology from the mining industry. We build a piston of reinforced rock in the shaft. We add water and cap it, creating a closed loop system with no additional water required. So storing energy, a conventional pump and turbine forces water down the penstock. That's like a flow of water going up to the generators and that. So using the piston with highly efficient hydropower equipment and and by the way, this is standard equipment that we use like for hydroelectric power sort of thing. The low piston speed, the system efficiency is high, and thousands of megawatt hours can be stored in each plant. So generating power as the piston drops, it forces water into the penstock and through the turbine, spinning the generator to produce electricity. So it just sits there. Oh, heck, barely made it. 2 minutes. But go to gravitypower.net and check it out.
Thank you, Greg. We can't share images on the Zoom feed, but if you wanted to dock it, a comment letter with information that will allow for public access of the items that you mentioned that you wanted to share. All right. And I'm going to come back to Grace. I just have a first name, Grace. I'm going to try to open your line again, and then you will unmute on your end if you could. And we're going to try to get your audio feed one more time.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank God. Okay. Um, hold on. Okay, my name is Grace Turi. It's Turi. I live in Laguna Niguel. I attended the meeting all day last week and filled out the questionnaire and strongly oppose the location of this site. I will not repeat all of the concerns that have been already said, but wish to make 3 points. First, I attended a peaceful protest this morning with the president of Saddleback College, and he informed us that the money they received was a grant, and they do not hold a position for or against Compass. In fact, they said they will be sending a letter to the CEC to state their position. I don't believe that this qualifies for the application to be deemed completed. Second, which was very troubling to me, during the break session last week, when we were off and not being the co-reporter was not on and we were at a break, the applicants were talking to the CEC, basically not being recorded, and we don't know what was said and what was going on, which does not look good. Third, I am not sure if the CEC has ever denied an application. Since they have been appointed by the governor, it greatly concerns me that they might be biased. If the CEC does not deny this project at this site, that is what it will actually show, bias, and that all of this is just a show to appease the community. I hope, strongly hope, that I am wrong and that the CEC will do the right thing and deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Appreciate your patience with the audio. All right, and I'm going to see if Vincent, if we can get your line and audio through for your comments. I'm going to open your line again. If you can unmute on your end, and then you can begin. Vincent, if you're with us, great. All
Hi,
right.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Vincent Lee. I'm a commenting today to oppose the projected project. I'm a current firefighter in California, but I'm speaking today as a resident of Laguna Niguel. Just want to clarify a few things. As of now, no local fire department has the ability to halt a thermal runaway if a lithium-ion battery fire were to occur in a plant like this. The only way to neutralize it is with a complete submersion of the complex in a saltwater solution, which no fire department possesses the technology currently. So if a fire were to occur in this area, it would continue to burn until all the cells have been compromised, and that fire source would pose a significant risk to everything downwind of the proposed facility. So any resident in Laguna Niguel should be aware that anything downwind in a Santa Ana event would potentially impact their entire community. And if we need to look to any historical context, you can look to Pacific Palisades earlier this year. If you draw a straight line from the proposed facility to the ocean with a wind map, you can see all the affected areas. So I strongly oppose this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. All right, we have got some more raised hands, but I just wanted to do another reminder that if you'd like to comment, we're asking you to use the raise hand feature on your screen. It looks like an open palm, and *9 if joining by phone. That'll let us know you'd like to comment so we can call on you and we can make sure we hear from everyone that wants to comment today before we adjourn. All right, and I'm going to try, Dennis, I'm going to try your line again. I'll unmute on my end, and then you would need to unmute on your end. And let's see if we can get your audio one more time.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Finally, thank you. My name is Dennis, D-E-N-I-S, Montanaro, M-O-N-T-E-N-A-R-O. I'm a 25-year resident of Laguna Niguel. I'm a retired chemist, and the majority of my career has been dealing with plastics, phenolic epoxies, hydrogen compounds, fluoride compounds, So I'm well versed in the toxic pyrolysis or burning of these chemicals. And as we've heard some of the firefighters say, the local firefighters are not equipped to handle this kind of a thermal runaway fire as happened up in the Monterey area. I would just like to briefly and quickly go over what's released when these batteries burn. Hydrogen cyanide, the LDL, or the lethal dose level, is 50 parts per million, and the amount released from a 20 kilowatt battery exceeds that by 3 times. Hydrogen fluoride is the most common. Its LDL is 30 parts per million, and it's estimated that when these batteries burn, up to 1,250 parts per million are released. As soon as hydrogen fluoride comes in contact with the atmosphere, the moisture in the atmosphere produces a gas, hydrogen fluoride gas. And given that the hydrogen fluoride ion is so small, it very readily penetrates tissues in the nose, in the lungs, in the rest of the body. And given our condition with Santa Ana winds blowing from east to west, that runaway fire could sweep up the hill and expose thousands of people to toxic gases. The other issue that the firefighters in Monterey encountered was these gases are continually produced and they will combust at any time. There's no predicting when they will combust. As the batteries are running away, these gases continue to form, and from the heat, they will continue to combust. I hope there's sense in rejecting this facility based on the science that's been proven. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Thanks for your patience with the audio. All right. Next, we're going to hear from Mary Heron. Mary, I'm going to open your line. If you could please unmute on your end, and then you may begin.
Thank you. I've spoken on many different topics. Today, I just want to talk about, reminding about the dangers from the chemicals, which are some are forever chemicals, like the chemist said, and dangers to our first responders, dangers to citizens and environment. And let's talk about dangers to our democracy, okay, and to the constitutional republic. When big money can rule a country, a county, and even a country, what business does a company have that's owned 1/3 by foreign investors coming here to the United States? Bribery is a crime, and buying silence is the same thing. And it's disputable about Saddleback College. I have the paper right here of their gift that they received, but the timing is very suspicious, and so is the source of that gift. So people can judge that just with common sense. We are asking the CEC to stand up for the voice of the people in a constitutional republic. You are our last line of defense. Do not let your vote signal that we have lost America to big money. In life, we all are here to make a choice between God and money. What will your decision be based on? BESS is another Trojan horse. It sounds great. It looks like a gift, but study history or we are doomed to repeat it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. All right, we are going to hear from B. Valentine. I think I've got that right on the screen. I'm going to open your line. It is helpful if you could share and spell your name for our record as well.
Hi, my name is Bobby Valentine, Bobbie, last name Valentine, Valentine. I'm here today as a resident of Laguna Niguel to respectfully urge you to stop the project. While I understand the growing need for renewable energy infrastructure, the chosen location for this project is simply too close to residential neighborhoods and vital infrastructure, creating significant safety and quality of life concern. The facility proximity to home, school, and major freeways that connect us to the rest of Southern California poses an unacceptable risk in the event of a fire or battery failure. While lithium battery storage systems are often described as safe, they are only safer than other technology, not inherently without risk. These systems can overheat, catch fire, even explode under extreme conditions, as everyone is well aware. If an incident were to occur, evacuation routes would be compromised, putting lives in danger and straining energy services. Moreover, this project threatens to negatively impact our property values and the overall character of our community. To make matters worse, over 3,000 new condominiums were recently built adjacent to our freeway, just one exit away from the proposed site. This rapid growth significantly increases the number of families and individuals that would be directly affected by any emergency, amplifying the potential danger and traffic disruptions that could result from a battery fire or malfunction. If these battery systems are truly capable of withstanding extreme conditions, as they state, it would make far more sense to locate them inland in a less densely populated area, such as the desert, where potential damage would be significantly reduced in case of failure. Please listen to the voices of the residents who will be mostly directly affected by this decision. We urge you to prioritize community safety, environmental responsibility, and common sense by halting the Compass Battery Storage Project in San Juan Capistrano. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby. Next, we're going to hear from Sarah David. Sarah, I'm going to open your line. If you can unmute on your end, we are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less, and it's very helpful if you could state and spell your name for the court reporter before beginning.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Sarah David, Sarahdavid. And I want to bring to attention a critical yet often overlooked aspect of this project, the devastating impact on transportation in the event of an emergency. Just a few hundred feet away, a major railroad serves Lawson and Amtrak, connecting communities and facilitating vital commerce. In the event of an incident, this rail line could be compromised, disrupting essential transportation for passengers and goods. Even more concerning, Interstate 5, our region's lifeline, would likely be forced to shut down. This single closure could cut off all movement north and south, halting commerce, emergency response, and daily activities for thousands of people. Compounding the risk, there is only one road providing access to the proposed facility, the residential neighborhoods, schools, businesses, and medical facility. Should an emergency occur, evacuation options would be severely restricted, leaving families and workers absolutely trapped. In some cases, people may have no choice but to move toward the fire, as no other escape routes exist. These transportation vulnerabilities pose a serious public safety threat and must be included in the project's cost-benefit analysis. The California Energy Commission must also address these risks to ensure a comprehensive emergency plan is in place before proceeding. Lives, livelihoods, and critical infrastructure are at stake. I urge the Commission to take immediate action to safeguard our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sarah, for your comments. All right, we do have another hand raised, and I just want to do another call for raised hands. If you're joining us today and you want to comment, we want to hear from you before we adjourn. And you'll use, if you're joining us Zoom online, you use the raise hand feature. It looks like an open palm on your screen. And if you're joining by phone, you'll press *9. All right, next we're going to hear from Liz. Apologies, I don't have your last name on the screen, Liz. I'm going to open your line. If you'd be willing to share and state your name for the record, that would be excellent. Thank you so much. Liz, if you could please unmute on your end, and then you can begin.
Thank you. My name is Liz Avila, Lizavila. I am a Laguna Niguel resident for over 22 years. Like many others speaking today, I strongly oppose the location of this project and urge you to deny this project. I attended the May 29th meeting via Zoom, and am alarmed at the lack of transparency from Compass during their public presentation and information included in their application. On May 29th, you heard from our local government officials, including Mayor Ray Genoway and Mayor Troy Byrne. They clearly inform you that the proposed location for this project is not a suitable location. It is not a buildable location. And other locations were offered that are more suitable for this project. And just as important, you heard that this project will create unnecessary risks to public safety. You are hearing about these risks from all residents and retired unpaid experts that live in this community. Please do not ignore this information. Approval of this location would be an irresponsible decision by the California Energy Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Next, we're going to hear from Sarah Mehta. Sarah, I'm going to open your line. Please unmute on your end. We are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, my name is spelled Sarah, last name Mehta, Mehta. So first, I just want to thank all of the commissioners for coming out last week. And Mona, I also want to thank yourself for coming out today to listen to the community members. But if there's anything to take away from today's session and from last week, it's that local citizens should have a right to say what should and should not be permitted in their community. Last week, we spent over 10 hours with the CEC expressing our widely supported request for denial of this project. We had 7 representatives and local politicians come out to speak in opposition of this project. Lori Davies flew out from Sacramento, and Mike Levin also issued multiple statements disapproving of this project due to inappropriateness of location. We as the community are spending a lot of our personal time advocating for our rights with the CEC, but what would be a terrible disservice to this community is if the CEC's takeaway from these meetings was, wow, that was a long day. Instead, I would ask the CEC to look at these sessions with a different lens and just look at how many people have come out last week and today and how many hours these people have patiently waited for a chance to be involved in local activism because they believe that in California, their voice matters. And they believe that because that's what you have told them. So walking away from today and last week, rather than grumble about the process and how long it's taken, I would ask the CEC commissioners to reflect and ask themselves, have they ever seen anything like this before in the history of their career? Have they ever seen such staunch opposition from the community to a project? And have they ever seen so many families and children and politicians come out because they believe in you and they believe that you will count their voice and deny this project if they ask you to? This is an unprecedented event that should make the CEC pause for a moment and decide if they claim to be a government agency that values its people and claims to serve the people, then it's the people that they should listen to and not corporations. I urge the CEC, please don't break your trust of the people that count on you to serve them. We had children come out here last week, and these children are looking to you to see, does their voice really matter? Can they actually make a difference as a citizen? We are setting the example of what these children can expect from their California government. It would be a shame if the CEC was the agency that sent the message to the next generation that their voice and their rights will be overridden by the request of big corporations. So in closing, please deny this project and please show our kids and our families and our community that California cares. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Sarah. Next, we're going to hear from Amanda Dismore. Amanda, I'm going to open your line. You'll unmute on your end and then you can begin. Amanda, if you can unmute on your end, there we go. Amanda, we show you as unmuted, but we're not getting any audio coming through. If you wanted to adjust the volume on your microphone or the settings on your microphone, that might be helpful. All right, Amanda, I'm gonna go to the next person. I'm gonna come back to you if you wanted to adjust the settings on your microphone. All right, we are going to move on to attendee identified as Carpenter 72. I'm going to open your line. It is helpful if you'd like to share and spell your name for our record as well. We're asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. There's going to be a timer on the screen.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Now I listened to these hearings. I've been listening to this hearing and I listened to the one the other day. And I think it's becoming inevitable that if the commission approves this project, it's going to litigation, right? The community views this as an existential threat, and it's going to be the easiest fundraising project ever to get the money to get lawyers. Lawyers are going to make money hand over fist, looking for T's that weren't crossed, I's that weren't dotted, loopholes, Delta smell, spotted owls, First Nations issues, finding anything to try and postpone and stall this. Just because the commission approves it doesn't mean it'll be the end of the battle with the community. So I think given that practicality, it just doesn't make sense to thwart the objective, which is supposed to be advancing the cause of clean energy, to fight this battle in this place that seems to make no sense, where community is so united against it. Uh, if we really want to advance alternative energy, the common sense thing would be move on. Find a site that makes sense. Find a site where you don't have community opposition. Let's get these battery farms built. Let's get them built in the right place. Let's stop global warming. Let's do what we want to do. But this is not the hill to die on. It's just time to move on. And I want to thank the commission for considering all of these comments, and I hope you make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. All right, next we're going to hear from attendee identified as Regina and Bruce. I'm going to open your line. It is helpful if you state and spell your name for the record. Regina and Bruce, if you could unmute on your end, that'll allow you to begin. All right, we are not getting the unmute. Oh, there we go. Regina and Bruce, we're showing you as unmuted, but we're not getting any audio feed from you. Do you want to adjust your volume or see if there's other things you can do so that your microphone is connected to Zoom? All right, we're still not getting any audio, so I'm going to come back to you if you wanted to adjust your settings. All right, next we're going to hear from Lydia Corey. Lydia, I'm going to open your line. If you can please unmute on your end, and then you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, thank you very much for taking my comment. I just wanted to make a quick comment. I'm a Laguna Niguel resident, a mother of four, one with chronic illness. I've been a PTA president, booster club president, local advocate for conservation, monarch butterflies. I've been on the board for Laguna Niguel Little League, Laguna Niguel girls softball, and I'm deeply invested in the community here. Everything I've ever done for the community has always been about what's best for the community. And I'm certainly in favor of clean energy. We own an electric vehicle. We have an electric vehicle charger in our home. But what I'm opposed to is this project. And this project is just in the wrong place. It's that land is not safe. There's the risk of a landslide. There's the risk of a runaway thermal energy event. And if we were to have to evacuate, as I mentioned, I have a child with chronic illness, we would need to bring all of our medical supplies. I don't even know how we would access them if we weren't near our home. And it would be a catastrophic event, not just for us, but for the community. So I really hope the California Energy Commission will see that this is not the right place. It's too concentrated, it's too congested, it's too dangerous. And this will directly impact residents, people who are proud to live here, people who have voted for the officials that represent them, and who are also opposed to this project. And so I really thank you for your time and your consideration. I hope that all these voices that you've heard today will convince you that this is not in the best interest of the community, and that should count for something.
Thank you, Lydia, for attending and your comments today. All right, next we're going to hear from Debbie Hogg. Debbie, I'm going to open your line. If you could please unmute on your end, you may begin.
Thank you. I'm Deborah Haig. I'm a resident of San Juan Capistrano, but I was a former Laguna Niguel resident for 33 years, so I'm new to San Juan. I'm calling to mention if the site is so unsafe for Compass to not have employees there, what about the church and its congregants? How safe will it even be for Saddleback Church, Rancho Capistrano, to hold weekly church services, many a weekend, Bible studies, or even events if it's not safe for Compass employees to be there. Access to that location is severely limited. One way in, one way out. It's over a railroad track. It's steep for large fire trucks and emergency vehicles. Then you have the issue of when there is an emergency, what do people do but panic? All the arterial streets and the freeway will be jammed. It'll be a big parking lot with parents going for their kids at school, students that drive on their own, panicking to get home, the regular commuters that just happen to be traversing on the freeway through our area, and people who work in our area leaving to get out. If you're a local resident, you might remember the traffic gridlock we had for hours on the 5 freeway at J. Sarah and Ortega, which is Highway 74, just about 3 weeks ago. What normally takes me 8 minutes to get from my daughter's home in San Juan to my house took 45 minutes, close to an hour. What can I say? After hearing all of the safety and fire concerns that there are, you don't need a brain to figure out that this project needs to be denied. And I implore the CEC to think logically about all that everyone has heard, including themselves. This doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense. It needs to be somewhere else. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Debbie. Apologies for mispronouncing your last name. All right, now we're going to go to the attendee identified as Backstad 16. I'm going to open your line. If you could unmute on your end, and please state and spell your name for the record if you're willing to share. All right, attendee identified as BAKSDAD 16. If you could unmute on your end, then you may begin. All right, we are showing you as, let's see, I think you were unmuted, but we weren't getting any audio. All right, we are not able to get your line unmuted on your end. And I have some folks that we had some audio issues with. I'm going to go back and try again to open your line and have you unmute on your end. But in the meantime, I just wanted to do another announcement for folks that might have joined us after the morning started, that if you would like to comment at today's event, we are asking you to let us know by using the raise hand feature on your screen. It looks like an open palm or *9 if joining by Zoom. That's how we know that you'd like to comment today, and we want to make sure to hear from everyone who wants to comment using the raised hands before we adjourn today's event. All right. Regina and Bruce, I'm going to open your line again. If you can please unmute on your end and see if we can get your audio to work so we can hear your comments. Regina and Bruce, if you could unmute on your end. Okay, there we go. We show you as unmuted. We're not getting audio on our end. If you could try to adjust the volume on your mic. All right, we are still not getting any audio. One option that I wanted to offer is if you wanted to go on the webpage and just enter an e-comment, you'll just type it into the website and you could submit there and it'll go to the docket, and all the docket comments are reviewed by the Energy Commission. Another option is to use your phone to call in today, and that might work better for your microphone options. All right. And let's try Amanda Dismore again. Amanda, I'm going to try to open your line. If you can unmute on your end and begin.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I am here to address the California Energy Commission in strong opposition to the lithium battery storage facility being pressured on our community by a profit-driven developer. We do not have to guess what could be the potential consequence of a lithium battery storage facility in densely populated South Orange County, as we have seen the devastating consequences of lithium battery fires near San Diego County and in the recent Lost Landing fire, which has had a devastating environmental impact. This has both health implications to people in the surrounding communities, as well as economic implications to businesses, travelers, residents, and even property values, in addition to the overlying safety concerns. A quick online search of lithium toxicity in humans from sources such as the NIH, National Library of Medicine, make a key point that despite treatment after lithium toxicity, some experience permanent damage, including a syndrome called SILENT, which stands for Syndrome of Irreversible Lithium Effectuated Neurotoxicity. Symptoms include cognitive impairment, sensory motor peripheral neuropathy, also cerebral dysfunction. The World Health Organization has classified lithium as a thyroid system disruptor based on human and animal studies and highlights the increasing use of lithium raises health concerns. Lithium is only one of the compounds of concern that can be released in a battery storage fire, causing innumerable health concerns. As a local resident and business owner raising a family near the proposed site, I urge the California Energy Commission to put the community's health and safety first by opposing the lithium battery storage facility. This is the wrong site in the middle of densely populated neighborhoods near churches, schools, and businesses, as well as being adjacent to creeks running to the ocean, which poses risk to our ocean and land. The area is in landslide and high fire danger areas. The risks not only lie with the lithium storage itself, but the heightened risk of fire in landslide prone area. In the event of a future catastrophe at this site, no one will be able to claim that we could not have predicted what would happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. All right, next we are going to hear from Kathleen Pryor. Kathleen, I'm going to open your line. If you can unmute on your end, then you may begin.
Thank you. My name is Kathleen Pryor. I live in Laguna Niguel. My comments are: a facility containing toxic and explosive chemicals should be manned 24/7 and 365 and include a guarded entrance with trained security personnel. On-site personnel should be approximately trained as first responders and firefighters with a minimum of 4 staff members at all times. I'm calling from my office. I apologize for the noise. Please update the CEC cost-benefit analysis to include this personnel training, and necessary first response, firefighting equipment, security equipment, and supporting infrastructure. We were told there were going to be 3 fire hydrants covering 13 acres of batteries, and there would be 1,100 shipping containers. This is not a good fire plan, but it may meet the minimum standards. We're asking for the CEC to review these standards. And we're also concerned about the investors. The investors have been assured of a return on their investment, and we want more people investing money to help us build our green energy structures. And we don't want to have them go up in flames either. And we don't want to have them find out after a fire either comes in or starts at the facility that it was in a high fire zone to start with, and somehow a permit was approved, and now their investment went up in flames. So we also ask for CEC's attention to this, and I appreciate the chance to speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Next, we're going to hear from Mary Kumas-Lubarski. Mary, I'm going to open your line. You'll unmute on your end, and then you may begin.
Hello, this is Andre Lubarski, Mary's husband. Spelling is Andrelubarsky. I'm a 66-year native Californian and 37-year resident of Laguna Niguel. And I would like to begin by acknowledging the CEC's Commission's statement that it is not the Commission's role to identify an alternative location for this project. However, it is within the Commission's authority to deny an application when the proposed location is determined to be unsuitable or inappropriate. The city of San Juan Capistrano has already denied this project on the grounds of location inappropriateness. Similarly, the city of Laguna Niguel has formally expressed that this proposal site is unsafe, unsuitable, and incompatible with the surrounding areas. Community members have dedicated over 10 hours of public testimony to express their urgent and overwhelming concerns regarding the proposed site. It is clear that this location lacks the support of the surrounding community. I respectfully urge the Commission to deny this application based on the site's unsuitability and to allow the applicant NG the opportunity to identify an alternative location and submit a revised application for future consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. All right, we've got a couple folks that I'm going to retry for audio, and I just want to do another call for any raised hands. That will tell us you'd like to comment today. We want to hear from everyone that wants to comment before we adjourn. So I'm just encouraging everyone to please raise your hands now. If you're joining on Zoom, you'll use you'll click on the raise hand icon that's on your screen. And if you're joining by phone, you'll press *9. All right, let me try. We've got some more raised hands, and I'm going to go back and see if Regina and Bruce, if we can get your audio to work. I'm going to open your line. If you can unmute on your end, and then you may begin. All right, Regina and Bruce, we show you as unmuted on your end, but we're not getting any audio through from your line. If you want to try adjusting your microphone. All right, I'm so sorry, Regina and Bruce, but I'm not getting any audio from you. So I'm going to move on. Again, if you'd like to comment, we have an e-commenting page on the CEC proposed project webpage. It's very easy to type in comments and click submit, and those comments will be reviewed. Sorry, we couldn't get the audio on your end to work to hear from you at today's event, but we do encourage that other option, and we will have future events as well. All right, I'm going to move to Casey. Casey, I'm going to open your line. If you could please state and spell your name for the record, it does help with our court reporter, and you'll need to unmute on your end before you can begin. All right, attendee identified as KC. If you could please unmute on your end, then you can begin your comment.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Ken Cathcart. I've been a resident of Laguna Niguel for 30 plus years. So I have a few comments here. I'm concerned with the value, my property value. The installation of a lithium battery storage facility near residential areas pose significant risk to property values, insurance accessibility, and environmental safety with profound socioeconomic implications. The potential for decline in the property values is estimated 3 to 7%, which my property is close to $170,000 of immediate decline in value if you install your facility there. And that's imposing a tax on me, my family. This is just financially impacting to us, not to mention that insurance is going to be extremely difficult to acquire. There's plenty of incidents that were reported, like the 2019 Arizona explosion in 2024 San Diego fire that burned for 11 days. underscores the severity of the risk. The San Diego incident prompted evacuation orders, shelter-in-place directives due to fear of toxic fumes, highlighting the potential for a widespread disruption. The environmental impact extends beyond immediate fire events, and improper disposal of recycling or damaged batteries can further contaminate local ecosystems. Risks are particularly concerning for residential areas where residents face health hazards. With safety measures like fire suppression systems, safe temperature monitoring, and battery management systems are designed to reduce risk. Incidents like the East Hampton and San Diego fires demonstrate there are failures that still occur. You know, all that has impact on our ability to get insurance, maintain insurance, and often will be highly risk evaluated and often declined. So that's a huge financial impact on our residents. I deeply oppose this project. I wish it would be placed somewhere else. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ken, for your comments. All right. Next, I'm going to open the line for attendee. I just identified as iPhone. Apologies, there's no name appearing with that attendee. Hopefully, you'll see the unmute prompt on your screen to unmute, and it is helpful if you can share your name and share and spell your name for our record as well. All right, opening your line now.
Yes, hello, thank you. My name is Robin Frankenfield. And can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes. And I am a 30-year homeowner in Laguna Niguel. I live within 1,500 feet of the proposed site base. My home is directly above the site, which is separated only by dry brush. I attended the May 29th meeting and heard all the comments. I heard the mayor of San Juan Capistrano, Troy Bourne, clearly stated that as a builder, his company was the company that was in negotiations to build on this exact location. However, the Aliso Creek was deemed unstable and was moving west towards the site. His project was ultimately withdrawn for environmental issues. This exact land has not been developed for environmental feasibility issues. This project should be rejected for the land movement alone. Compass is pushing this project, and they have been told that it's not appropriate on this land. Greed and profit are the driver, not public benefit, as they state. Compass legal attorney Renee Robin was seen making comments on session break to court commissioners without a court reporter. This process is not suited for the proposed project, period. Rick Warren of Saddleback Church made millions on the book and philosophy, The Purpose-Driven Life. How is any Christian believer able to continue knowing for the potential loss of life, the young, the old, the disadvantaged, the voiceless? Where are those pastors at Saddleback Church now? Many have relocated. They are not on any of these communications supporting this. They are just looking for the bottom line. Parishioners were not informed about this project. God is watching, residents are watching. As a mother, wife, and caregiver, our next generation need your support. The CEC must reject this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Robin. Next, we're going to hear from Francis Beihauer. Francis, I'm going to open your line. If you can unmute on your end, then you can begin.
Hi, oops, 2 minutes. Can you, hi, my name is Frances Beihauer. Are you going to start the timer?
Yeah, well, we wait for you to say it and spell your name so we can have
okay.
Everyone have the same time for comments.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Frances Beihauer, Frances Byhouwer, and I live over in San Juan Capistrano in the San Juan Village apartments or condos. And I just am just about ready to retire, and I'm looking forward to living here and not having my house burned down. And I think this is a very bad location for this battery energy, wait, what is it called? BESS, battery store, energy storage site. I really want to beg for them to please don't put it here. We really can't. There's a lot of people living in this little village here that I live in, and it would be very hard. There's only 1 or 2 exits out of this village, and if a fire erupted, it would be there would be tragedy for sure. There is only, like I said, only 2 exits, and we're about 0.29 miles from the site. So I'd rather just have those farms and everything there, and maybe they could find a different location for the site for the battery storage, but not there, not in the middle of the city of Laguna Niguel and San Juan Capistrano. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments, Francis. Before I open the line of the next commenter, I just want to do another call out. If you are here today and you'd like to make comments at today's event, we're asking folks to raise their hand so we know. We'd like to hear from everyone who wants to comment today before we adjourn. And you'll use the raise hand feature on your screen. It looks like an open palm if joining by Zoom online. And if you're joining by phone, you'll press *9. That's how you'll raise your hand if joining by phone. And so I'm going to open the line for a phone number ending in 111. If you could please press *6 to unmute, then you may begin.
Hello. My name's Pam Pakula, Pampakula. I've been listening to this and the previous meeting presented by CEC. I've been to other meetings to learn more about this project, as well as done some offline and self-research. And I, like all the other speakers this morning, vehemently oppose this project. Oh, and by the way, I live in San Juan Capistrano. It's been obvious, at least in the previous meetings, that the project developers have chosen this site out of their convenience, meaning it has the high tension lines, it's a raw piece of land, easier to build their infrastructure, and the high tension lines are close to the communities in which they hope to serve with this energy. That being said, the facility needs more research, because the percentage of disasters that come from these facilities is great. So I suggest move it to a site that's more reasonable, not in an inhabited area, easier for emergency vehicles. It was mentioned that the military from Camp Pendleton would participate in any fire mitigation should there be one or other leakage. So my suggestion is, since we already have the eyesore of San Onofre down there in open space, easily accessible by the Marines at Camp Pendleton, and plume of toxic gases, in case there should be an emergency, would go over open space on Camp Pendleton and not into homes, not into neighborhoods, not into schools, not in anywhere else, besides the fact it's not sacred land like we have here in San Juan Capistrano. And you have the high tension lines. So they said that, the further it's from the location in which it's to serve, we lose power on the lines. Well, fix that problem before you put a facility such as this in an area which does not deserve to be desecrated by your sealed boxes, containers, and dangerous contents. So again, I vehemently oppose, like my neighbors, of this project, and strongly encourage California Energy Commissions to not bow to international development funds and the state's mandates. Let us manage our own communities. Thank you for your opposition to this project.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we're going to hear from Victor. Victor, I'm going to open your line. If you could unmute on your end, and then you may begin.
Okay, very good. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, well, firstly, I wholeheartedly oppose the proposed Compass project at this location. Implementation of the facility technology management is moving faster than any regulation or safety protocols. This needs to be relocated in an isolated area for safety beyond measure until incidents and issues stabilize for a better understanding. New battery technologies, and in this case, lithium ion, resets the maturity back to the beginning. The actions of the developer is truly a testimony of their character and goal, and not their words or paid testimonies. To cite a couple, the city denies a permit and the developer immediately pulls their application and moves to the state to take the path of least resistance. This shows that their interest is not the community, but their profitable desire. The developer has ads on social media, even to this day, baiting support from people regardless of their location. Speakers' comments from last week testify that the majority of people were not even from the area. Additionally, the interest of the proponents' entities was money and not jobs, was money and jobs, not the safety of the communities that live in the area. The single Freeway 5 artery on Sunday afternoon shows the traffic fragility as it's congested while people head north from the weekend. Now let's go on ahead and add an area evacuation to that. This is no bueno. As many have commented, there is a reason nothing has been developed on that site and even some areas on the hill above. I urge the CEC to make the right decision for the communities and the population in the area and to keep them safe from this untested facility and technology. And please respect the local control, not that of the state. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, I'm going to open the line for Gary. Gary, apologies, I don't have your last name on the screen. I'm going to open your line if you can unmute on your end. We are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less, and it's very helpful if you would share your name and spelling for our court reporter and record.
Okay, Gary, last name Bridge, Gary, last name Bridge, Bridge. So my comment is because of there's no 100% way to guarantee that there will never be a fire at this facility. It's impossible to have any 100% guarantee of that. So because of that, when a fire does erupt at this location, it will be total chaos to evacuate the thousands of people. The Moss Landing, I'm citing the Moss Landing fire. The Moss Landing fire, there were only 400 homes nearby. That was about 1,000 people that got 1,200 people that got evacuated. There are close to 10,000 homes within a mile radius of this facility. It will be impossible to evacuate everybody. The Moss Landing fire also shut down Highway 1 between Monterey and Santa Cruz for 3 days. Let's all picture the 5 freeway that's right nearby being shut down for 3 days. It would be total chaos here in South Orange County. And there have been fires at Otay Mesa. There have been fires at Escondido recently, all of these within the last 4 years. And the fire at the Moss Landing, that plant was only 4 years old. This is not like the plant was 20 years old. So there's just no 100% way to guarantee that there will never be a fire here. And there's also the situation, like everybody's mentioned, with the erosion of Oso Creek. So that's a horrible location. The environmental fallout in Monterey from now they're finding toxic metals in the soil. It's just a horrible location. We're not against this technology. We're just against this location. Oil and gas refineries now have over a 3,200 foot setback. The best facilities should also have at least a 3,200 foot setback, not this so close to homes. And that's basically it that I had to say. Thank you so much. Please deny this approval of this project.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we're going to hear from Melody Shore. If I've pronounced your name correctly. I'm going to open your line, Melody. If you could unmute on your end, then you can begin.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. My name is Melody Shore, MELODYESHORE. I'm a resident of Laguna Niguel. While I strongly support clean renewable energy technologies, I also believe that we have to be mindful of its potential drawbacks. In the case of the Compass Energy Storage LLC's proposed battery energy storage facility, I'm convinced by the facts and not just emotion or concern about property values that this location in Laguna Niguel is at once impractical and irresponsible. Numerous city and state representatives have already voiced their concerns about the dangers posed by this project site. You've already heard strong opposition from local businesses, public and private agencies, chemists, energy specialists, and even our first responders. This cannot and should not be viewed as a NIMBY pushback. It's about science coupled with common sense. The worst case scenarios aren't merely hypotheticals. While technologies have improved over time, this best project presents very real, very significant risks to our community. And when considered together, honestly and objectively, we believe these dangers far outstrip any potential benefits. Thank you for the opportunity to give voice to our opinions and to also incorporate the facts. After taking time to review the evidence, I stand with those who strongly oppose this project as it's proposed for our Laguna Niguel site location.
Thank you for your comments, Melody. So right now I'm not showing any more raised hands. If you are here and would like to comment, we're making another call out for raised hands. We want to make sure everyone who wants to comment today can be heard. If we don't get any more raised hands, someone from CEC Siting Division will come on next and talk about some next steps, and then we would adjourn. And we can still take comments before we adjourn. So if you are here and you'd like to comment, please raise your hand at this time so we can make sure to hear you. All right, we have Jacqueline Iyer. Jacqueline, I'm going to open your line. If you could unmute on your end, then you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Jacqueline Ayer. I'm a practicing consulting engineer with 40 years experience. I also have particular expertise in SDGE's 138 kV system where this project is connecting. So this testimony must be considered expert opinion as that term is contemplated in adopted state statutes, including but not limited to CEQA. The property is zoned Planned Community District, which, as set forth in section 9-3.315 of the city's municipal code, it is intended to allow only open space, agricultural, and low-density residential uses on the site. The Compass BESS project violates the zoning code because it is inconsistent with the intent of the zoning that underlies the project, and it is contrary to the plain language restrictions imposed by the zoning code. Because section 25545.8 of AB 205 requires the commission to comply with section 25523D of the Warren-Alquist Act, and because section 25523D requires the commission to make findings required by section 25525 in circumstances where, as here, the project violates the zoning code, the commission is required to find that the project is required for public convenience and necessity, and that there are not more prudent and feasible means of achieving this public convenience and necessity. The commission can make no such finding and therefore cannot approve this project because there are many, many other locations served by the 138 kV system that are not in developed areas where the Compass BESS poses significant and unmitigable hazard, public safety, and wildfire risks. It is understood that the project proponents have said that alternative locations will not work, but the reasons cited are vapid, insubstantial, and pertain solely to convenience and ease of development for the developer, which are not factors that pertain to feasibility. So given these facts, the commission cannot approve this project under any circumstances because it cannot make the findings required by section 25525 of the Warren-Alquist Act. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. All right, next we're going to hear from Vieta and Dawn. I'm going to open your line. If you could unmute or unmute on your end, you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Vida Cantacesi. That's spelled Vieda Cantace like Sam I want to bring to the Commission's attention that several years back, the California Coastal Commission denied the extension of the 73 toll road to San Clemente because it was going to adversely affect and change the ocean current and sea life. That was the right decision. The CEC's decision to deny the same thing is what is appropriate as well. It'll make the Coastal Commission's decisions seem like child's play compared to the devastation that this battery location will hold. I also want to know if you're vetting the people who are proposing to have the battery location located there, if they're getting paid, if they're supported in some way financially with jobs or other benefits. Are they from out of the area that have no right to comment on the communities that are being impacted? There are also so many, it's been repeated many times, homes, schools, the historical landmarks, including the Mission Basilica founded by Junipero Serra and the Los Rios neighborhood, as well as numerous homes, businesses, churches, senior living centers, the 5 freeway, the Amtrak, Commerce, the Shea Stables, natural animal habitats, just to name a few, that should give your commission great cause and great concern. This was not the appropriate location for this battery storage. It needs to be relocated. Please use your very wise common sense and empathy for human and animal life. This should be a very easy decision for you to make by denying this battery location in the San Juan and Laguna Niguel areas. I've been a resident of Laguna Niguel for over 37 years. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration, and please do the right thing and deny.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we're going to hear from phone number ending in 344. I'm going to open your line. If you could unmute on your end, you may begin. For call-in attendees, you'll press *6 to unmute.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hi, my name is Lori Cabrera, and I am a resident of San Juan Capistrano, and I am calling in just to voice my opposition of the battery storage facility. And I'm not sure, but I have 2 points to make regarding fire safety. And the first one is the first one is about electrical equipment in a wildland area. And electrical equipment has been responsible for a significant number of wildfires, including some of the most devastating. In 2023, our state data shows that electrical equipment sparked 479 fires. Allowing a BESS facility on a high fire hazard area significantly raises the risk of a dual fire disaster. The second thing is helicopter fire interference for a helicopter. So whether a wildfire ignites the BESS or the BESS ignites a wildfire, the embers and flames will reach the closest homes on the ridge within minutes. In this situation, water dropping copters will be the best chance at slowing the fire spread. But unfortunately, due to the dangers of dropping hundreds of gallons of water near electrical power facilities, the strategic aerial fire attack will be severely compromised. This is extremely scary for our community. And I'm just urging the CEC to deny this location for this BESS facility because it is just in the wrong area, too close to homes, to schools, like you all have heard before. But I'm just asking that you seriously consider changing this location. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Lori. All right. I'm doing another call out for raised hands. So right now we don't have any raised hands. I wanted to make sure that anyone who wants to comment today, wants to speak today, has the opportunity. So if you could raise your hand now, I'd like to call on you at this time before we move to the next steps and adjourn. All right, we've got Jane Dew. I'm going to call on you, Jane. I'm going to open your line. If you can unmute on your end, you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Jane Dew, and I am a Laguna Niguel resident. Thank you for hearing us one more time to discuss our views on the placement of this current lithium-ion storage facility so close to the residents. The story of the dichotomy between energy and community development is a timeless tale, intimately tied to the growth of the Industrial Revolution itself. Traditionally, we have seen resource extraction in developing countries to feed the appetite of industrial nations, but we have also seen resource extraction in our country. For example, we see the coal mines of West Virginia transform the beautiful Blue Ridge Mountains into a home where terms like canary in the coal mine and the iron lung were formed. The issue we are in, of where the community is fighting an issue related to voracious energy development, is not an original story. We understand the mandate from the governor is to increase energy production, but by not being too specific on location, the governor's mandate allowed for some freedom within city governments to decide. By circumventing the authority of city government, Compass Energy effectively exploited the trust Sacramento gave to its cities. Furthermore, the argument on private market development of energy systems historically has served an equal disadvantage on the community if a mediator is absent to help the community safeguard its interest. The residents of California, fortunately, have an agency to mediate our grievance and hear our concerns via the California Energy Commission, or the CEC. You guys. The type of space needed for a battery storage system is not simply 41 acres or proximity to kilowatt transition line, but also whether the space is safe. The proximity to residents of only 1,500 feet away, located in a wildfire risk area, which has the capacity to shut down major corridors of transportation, including train and highways, should either a wildfire or lithium fire were to occur, should be top of mind in consideration. Additionally, the potential for groundwater pollution, and given the location's proximity to the ocean, can also impact coastal pollution and marine ecological biodiversity. When considering the sheer size of this lithium-ion battery in the given space, a high-risk fire incident has the potential to repeat a wildfire to the scale of the Palisades fire and its capacity to run rampant right away. That should be the primary consideration for the CEC in discussing the use case applicability of the Camino Capistrano location for the battery energy storage system. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we're going to hear from Phoebe Wise. Phoebe, I'm going to open your line. If you can unmute on your end, then you may begin. Phoebe, we're showing you as unmuted on your end, but we're not getting any audio. If you could adjust the volume of your system or your microphone, that might be able to resolve it. All right, Phoebe, we're still not getting any audio. I'm going to come back to you if you want to adjust your settings in the meantime. Next, we're going to hear from Anne. Apologies, I don't have your last name on the screen, Anne. I'm going to open your line. If you could please unmute on your end, then you may begin.
Am I good?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Ann Thiel, Thiel. I am opposed to the storage facility in that location, not the technology. It's just, it just doesn't seem to make common sense. So close to the 5, so close to home, so close to Oso Creek, which dumps into Doheny State Beach, and that's really extra troubling for me after the terrible fires we've had this past year, and how the fire control chemicals have, hurt ocean life. And it's just, with this location, we just don't need it. And I really appreciate the Energy Commission taking the time to listen to everyone and give people a chance to be part of the process. And I hope your decision is no at the location that in San Juan that's been chosen. And I really appreciate the time to make my voice heard. And so anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne, for attending and for your comments. Next, we're going to hear from Alyssa. Alyssa, I'm going to open your line. Apologies, I don't have your last name on the screen. You'll unmute on your end. If you can state and spell your name for the record, it's very helpful for us.
Thank you. Yes, Alyssa Cope, C-O-P-E. Hold on, I just need to get I have a little prepared statement that I'd like to read. I'm sorry, I might have to call back in again. I didn't realize it's so quick.
You're
Thank
okay.
you.
If you want to raise your hand again, I'll lower your hand, and then if you want to raise it again.
Okay.
But yeah, if you could do that really quickly, that'd be great. All right. Next, we're going to hear from Janine Thompson. Janine, I'm going to open your line. If you can unmute on your end, and then you may begin.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Janine Thompson. You spell it J-A-N-I-N-E, and last name is Thompson, T-H-O-M-S-E-N. And after a meeting last Thursday, I started to really wonder about the population differences between the areas where the battery fires have occurred in California during the past year and the proposed site in San Juan Capistrano. Doing some web research, specifically using the demographics by radius.com, here's what I found out. I found out at a 1 mile radius around the facilities, Otay Mesa and Moss Landing have a population of under 500 people, where the proposed site has a population in that same 1 mile radius of over 12,000 people. At a 3 mile radius, Otay Mesa and Moss Landing have a population of under 5,000, where the proposed site has a population in that same radius of 113,000. If 55% of the people living in a 3 mile radius of the San Juan Capistrano facility had to be evacuated, which is what is assumed to what it has occurred at Moss Landing, that would be over 61,000 people. Beyond evacuation, if we consider that those in a 10 mile radius could be affected by toxic smoke and ash, the number affected by the proposed facility could be over 600,000. That's 20% of the Orange County population. I urge you to consider other feasible locations, one of which could be San Onofre, which is far less populated and already has the power line infrastructure in place. I further urge you to strongly consider all the voices of opposition you have heard from the community. While your term will eventually come to an end with the CEC and the governor will change, it is the residents of this community that will be left to deal with any and all after effects of this facility being built forever. No facility is 100% fail-safe or fireproof. Even if the risk is minimal, the sheer number of people that could be affected by the proposed facility is just too great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go back to Alyssa. Alyssa, I'm going to open your line, and if you could just unmute on your end, and then you can begin.
Thank you, Alyssa Cope. My topic is public health and safety. The facility contains toxic and explosive chemicals and should be manned 24/7, 365 to include a guarded entrance with trained security personnel. On-site personnel should be appropriately trained as fire responders and first responders with a minimum of 4 staff members, 2 trained operators, and 2 security personnel. Please update the CEC cost benefit analysis to include this personnel training, and the necessary first response, firefighting equipment, security equipment, and supporting infrastructure. The regulatory requirements for the operation phase should be similar or more stringent than an oil refinery or chemical plant using explosive material. Please update the conditions of approval and cost benefits for these additional requirements.
Thank you, Alyssa. All right. I don't have any further hands raised. If you've joined us and you'd like to comment today, we ask that you raise your hand at this time. We want to hear from everyone who wants to comment today. And after we hear from all the raised hands, there will be some final remarks and then we'll adjourn. So I want everyone who wants to comment today to raise their hand at this time. You can raise your hand at any time so that we can, it'll join the queue and you'll be called on in the order that you raise your hand. So anytime you want to comment, you can raise your hand, and we will call on hands in the order received. All right, Don, trustee for Berger, that's the attendee identification. I'm going to open your line. If you can unmute on your end. We are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less, and it is very helpful if you can state and spell your name for the court reporter.
Find where the unmute is.
We can hear you, Don.
Oh, terrific. Number 1, where are these batteries manufactured? Number 2, to the situation that likely we are going to move closer to nuclear facilities to manufacture our electric. As that develops and improves, we will be getting nuclear up and online at record paces because we have some friends elsewhere in the world who would gladly see us join their partnerships. The interesting thing about nuclear facilities is that they run 24/7 at 100%. So if there's some electric any of us have from any source in any fashion that we want to donate or sell back and route back to the clients of energy, they're out of luck. So all of our electric generation outside that plant will be worthless. Number 3, even if the batteries are assembled here, it is my understanding that there are chemicals critical to the manufacturing of these types of batteries that are going to be in extremely short supply to us because the chemicals come from no longer our best friends. Did this come across clearly? I hope. Didn't hear.
Thank you for your comments, Don.
Oh, what qualifies me with these comments?
No, I said thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Can I explain my qualifications for talking about these things?
Yes, you may.
I have 3 masters and 2 doctorates. One's in medicine and the other's in mathematics and statistics and physics. I got a master's of physics from the University of Paris, France. I've worked in 72 industries. I understand a great deal. Expert in nothing, but just seen a lot, learned a lot. And if this facility shuts down for lack of resale, how it's going to, and who is likely to disassemble and replace the environment back to its original status or state. That also is very important. That would be my closing question. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today. All right, our next hand raised is Mary Kumas Lubarski. I believe we heard from one Lubarski. I'm going to open your line. If you could please state and spell your name for the record and begin.
Yes, this is Andre Lubarski again, and this I'm not going to make a comment, but Mona, I have a question for you. It sounds as though you're trying to wrap this up, and according to the what I was told, that this forum is going to be open from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. And I have friends and neighbors who are planning to make comments and are working at work and cannot join right now and plan to do this after work and at breaks in the afternoon. So the question is, are you planning to wrap this up prior to 6 a.m. or is it going to stay open and available for comments until then, like it was promoted?
Thanks, Andre. So in our notice, we do an outside end time so that we can make sure that we have the facility and the people know that they can attend. But we do put a notice in there that we can end early depending on the agenda and the comments. We just estimate the end time. And so for this event, if we are not getting folks that want to make more comments, because this event is just for continuation of public comments, then we would adjourn before 6 p.m. But we will have more events to hear public comment for this proceeding. And we also put in the chat the e-commenting page. And the dockets are also linked in the presentation in our notice today. So we welcome comments from all different forums. But that is the plan for today.
I just didn't want to make you aware that people I know are planning to, or we're planning on doing this later in the day because of their work schedules and the conflicts with that. So it'd be unfortunate if you were to wrap this up and then they were not able to make their comments. So that's my input, and I appreciate you for listening in, and hopefully you'll leave this open longer so that everyone can make their comments heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. All right. Next, we're going to hear from attendee identified as Michael Family. I'm going to open your line. If you could please share your and spell your name for the record, that'd be very helpful.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Members of the commission, thank you for hearing our concerns about the hazards this facility poses to our air, water, wildlife, health, and communities. The Tribal Council of the Yahajima Nation have submitted their formal opposition to the Compass Energy project. I am not on the Tribal Council, so I cannot and will not speak for them, but I urge you to visit the CEC docket and read their letter. I speak only as one Indigenous person who cares deeply about my ancestral history and the history of my Indigenous cousins. Last week, a representative from NG stated that the Compass Energy project will not affect sensitive cultural habitats. Please don't take her word for it. Take the short walk from the proposed facility site to the nearby Northwest open space. Visit the village of Patutum. Put your hands on the grinding stone. Stand under the oak tree. Learn about the people who have been here since time immemorial and who are still here today. Then decide for yourselves if the land you're on and the history around you is worth protecting. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we're going to hear from Samara W. I'm going to open your line, Samara. If you can please unmute on your end, and then you may begin.
Hi, this is Samara White. My concerns are similar to several of the other members of the community. I live in the Colinas de Capistrano neighborhood, which is in Laguna Niguel, really close to the proposed battery storage site. And I've been watching the disaster unfolding in Moss Landing, as have a lot of my neighbors and family. And we're really hoping that we don't have a similar issue close to here, a similar vulnerability. This area is prone to fires. There's a lot of unmaintained brush, extremely close to many, many houses. And we really strongly oppose this and hope it can be stopped. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we're going to hear from Laurel Cope. Laurel, I'm going to open your line. If you can unmute on your end, then you may begin.
Hi, my name's Laurel Cope. I live in San Juan Capistrano, and I have two issues that I'd like to bring up opposing the best facilities development. One is ecotourism. The state of the world right now is extremely fragile, and with this unmanned site and the potential of a plane dropping a bomb on it and, the resulting destruction that that would do to the area, people, the air is, it's very, very frightening, especially we're so heavily populated in this area. And that could result in, worst case scenario being, large lawsuits, homeowners insurance not covering this, and it's the list, the doomsday list goes on and on. I just don't think we need to add to that. And then on a separate note, we have to worry about our bees. We have a lot of bees in the area. The bumblebee, the crotch's bumblebee, is known to be in that that area. It has adapted to live in modified landscapes, and that's a powerful. And we all know we need our bees and to take care of them, and taking them down, destroying their area would not be good. So there's a lot to consider. So thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. All right, next we're going to hear from Frank Wong. Frank, I'm going to open your line. If you can unmute on your end, then you may begin. Frank, we'll need you to unmute on your end. There we go.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Francis Wong. I was there in the town hall, San Capistrano, last Friday. I wasn't preparing my speech, but anyway, I was opposed to this project, and I don't want to go through a detail about how hazard is, but I did some homework, looking for the history of this type of lithium battery storage fire incident. There was, according to Consumer Product Safety Commissions, they report over 25,000 fire the last 5 years. That's alarming to me. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, because my computer's is acting funny. And furthermore, I searched in California stay alone for that number of lithium ion battery storage fire incident. There was a major fire at the Moss Landing Vistra power plant in January 2025. That's the biggest fire that report according to Google. Also, Escondido, city of Escondido was also a fire, I don't know, last year, and also Long Beach. So I just wondering why we still doing this in a high density population. The firemen cannot put the fire out. at the same time. You have to wait for the fire is finished, completely burned. This should be a weeks or even month and release all the toxic film. So, so next thing I want to ask you, why the city don't have the authority? I would just say more friendly. Why can't the California Energy Commission to work with EPA, work with the city, work with the citizen here to work together, have a better solution before you guys approve it and go forward. That's dangerous process. We need a dual process, even triple process to make sure that the citizen will not suffer this, expose this type of dangerous. Um, I just want to ask you guys be more openly to consider our citizens' safety. You know, money is not everything. You know, if you look at the California the coastals, I would say there's not many places that you can find in the world what they call Riviera's uh, uh, weather. It, it just cannot buy it if you pollute it. We need to preserve this. I can imagine some of your family member, I mean, from the government of California energy commissioner that approved this project. Just think about your friends, your family, your relative might come to here to enjoy the environment. But if you approve this, I mean, disaster gonna happen. I mean, look at the history of the fire. So I just want to sincerely please consider this not to approve. Money you can always earn. The disaster safety you cannot buy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Thomas Glenn. I'm going to open your line, Thomas. You'll unmute on your end. We are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. There'll be a timer on your screen.
Hi there, how are you?
Hi.
I'm a San Juan Capistrano resident since 1987, moved away for a while, moved back about a year ago because of the many benefits of the area. We have 2 individuals in our family that are compromised health-wise, and they would be significantly impacted by a fire from this plant, which I believe is a high likelihood based on all the information that I've heard. So that being said, I'd like to just share a different angle, if I could, in the short amount of time that I have. I have a background in civil litigation. I've practiced for 25 years. I've represented plaintiffs in the Enron civil litigation, other class actions where thousands and thousands of people represented when wrongs have happened. And I only mentioned what I'm going to mention to shed information, shed light on where things are coming from my perspective, which is also as a California resident. And I would hope that all California residents have a chance to hear this as well, because I think the state may not be aware that it's setting itself up for huge liability. And I'll try to summarize why. If you have a fire and you have damages, and say those damages are $10 million, if you have punitive damages, those would bring the damages to an astronomical amount that the state would be facing. And in this situation, where there's knowledge beforehand of the consequences that would occur, you have a setup for punitive damages. The CEC should immediately consult with attorneys on a high level that are involved in class action litigation and other mass torts and get their opinion on this, because the state is setting itself up for a huge disaster that would be the biggest debacle you've ever seen in Southern California. So again, I only mention this to share some light and shed some light based on my background, which is 25 years of litigation and seeing cases that would result from something like this. And I, as a California citizen, would want to know what's going through so I wouldn't be on the hook to have more taxes and other liabilities per individual. So please consult with your attorneys, CEC, see what they say, because I'd be very surprised, despite government allowances, that that's okay and they'd feel comfortable with going forward with this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Thomas. All right, next I'm going to open the line for Tony and Linda Williams. If you can unmute on your end and you may begin.
Okay. So this is Tony Williams. I'm a resident of Laguna Niguel and an electrical engineer with over 20 years experience in the siting and development of green energy projects. It's not only an issue of safety and fire hazard. I think it's just a common sense issue of economics. The project that we're looking at here is going to be located in a residential area, and residential areas in California within just a few years will be well served with battery storage by electric vehicles that will sign up agreements with the utilities to supply stored energy at a time when the utility needs it. However, when you go inland and you have large solar power projects, these solar power projects right now depend on a transmission line to transmit their energy to where most of the load is, which is along the coast. And that energy comes at a very cyclical nature from a solar power plant. So we're talking a few hours per year that it reaches peak load, and the transmission line has to be capable of taking that peak load. If they have adequate battery storage in those locations, then you can levelize the load over thousands of hours a year to the extent that you would have smaller transmission lines, or alternatively, much larger solar projects than we have now, using the same transmission lines that are already there to transmit power over a 24-hour period to the load centers that need them. So economically, it's a much better deal to do the project inland, away from the densely populated areas. So I don't know why we're concentrating so much on saying this is an ideal site. It is far from an ideal site. There are much better sites. They already exist. You can put them adjacent to existing solar power plants. You can expand the existing solar power plants and have adequate transmission with transmission lines that already exist. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments. And I believe we CEC staff are asking for a break, and I'm just waiting for confirmation on the length so we can announce that. In the meantime, I'm going to call on Linda Hammond. Linda, I'm going to open your line. If you could please unmute on your end and begin.
Hi there. My name is Dr. Linda Hammond. I am a resident of Orange County for over 20 years, and I've been a resident of Laguna Niguel since 2016. I'm calling to voice my opposition to this planned facility. I feel that it's a very unideal location. For one, it is very close to the Amtrak train tracks. And so obviously you have that train coming through there throughout the day, 24/7, 7 days a week. So the impact of those vibrations of the trains coming through there, I think, is an extreme hazard. In addition, the location is obviously somewhat close to the 5 freeway. So my greatest concern is if there is an emergency, a fire break out at this location, and from what I've read about these type of facilities, the fire just has to burn itself out. What is the impact on Amtrak service, the 5 freeway, the residents, in the surrounding areas, the air quality, as well as the fire spreading beyond the facility, because that location, as is the case with most of Southern California, is extremely fire hazard terrain. And so this fire is not going to be able to be contained within that area. So in addition to having the toxic fumes from the lithium batteries itself, you are going to spread to the natural habitat as well, resulting in a spread of fires. In addition, you're going to have the pollution from the burning of the facility. So I am just wondering, what is the logic of thinking that this is an ideal location? I don't see in any circumstance that this is an ideal location. And I feel that you need to search for other locations. I am in favor of any form of renewable energy, but I do not believe that this is an ideal location. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Linda. All right, we're gonna hear from Lee McLendon, and then we're gonna take a 30-minute break. So Lee, I'm gonna open your line at this time. After the break, we will come back. If there's more raised hands, we will hear those comments as well. So Lee, I'm gonna open your line at this time. You'll unmute on your end, and then you can begin.
Is it working now?
Yes.
Oh, cool. Thank you. I'm here speaking in opposition to the placement of the Compass battery energy storage in San Juan Capistrano. I am generally in favor of progress in alternative energy systems, but I feel we should be cautious about moving so quickly that unsafe or unsound conditions are locked in. The lithium battery storage facilities have so far not proven to be safe for placement in residential areas, as evidenced by the many fires. The currently proposed placement is inappropriate because it is near many residential communities, the I-5 freeway, and schools and hospitals. I understand that Saddleback College has come out with its support of the proposed Compass project, but this seems to be tied to grant money accepted by the South Orange County Community College District Board without public input. This quid pro quo arrangement deems Saddleback College's support irresponsible and unacceptable. So I urge the Commission to deny approval of the Compass Energy Storage Project in San Juan Capistrano. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. All right, we're gonna go to a break for now, and then we will return and hear additional comments from raised hands. So we'll put a break slide up, and we will return at 1:45 p.m. Thank you so much.
Recording stopped.
Hello, everyone. All right.
Recording in
If we
progress.
have CEC IT on, we can start the countdown. Okay. Hi, everyone. We are back and recording. This is day 2 of CEC's first public meeting for the proposed Compass Energy Storage Project. If we could pull up our comment slide. We are here to take public comment. We did have public comment period in person and on Zoom on the 29th. And today's a continuation of public comment for those that were not able to attend on the 29th or could not stay for the duration to make their comments. And so if you are here and you'd like to comment, we do ask that you raise your hand at this time. If you're on Zoom, you'll use the raise hand feature on your screen. It looks like an open palm. And if you're joining by phone, you'll press *9. That's going to let us know you'd like to comment. And in our notice, we do put an outside time. And so for this day, we put an outside time of, I believe, 6 p.m. That is to make sure that we have the venue and the staff available. But if the agenda ends earlier, we do adjourn our meetings, and we do provide that notice in our notices to make sure everyone's aware that if the agenda wraps up, then we will adjourn early. So apologies if there was any misunderstandings there. But we are here today and we'll call on every hand raised while we're here before we adjourn. And again, I'm just asking for any raised hands at this time. If you would like to comment, please raise your hand. All right. We have a hand raised from Liz. I think that we heard from a Liz, but I'm not sure if that's a different person. I'm going to open your line, Liz. You'll unmute on your end, and then it's helpful if you could please state and spell your name for our record. And we're asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. There'll be a timer on the screen. And for any other attendees, if you want to comment, you do not have to wait to raise your hand. The hands get raised in the order received, so you can raise your hand at any time when we'd like to do that in advance, so we know how many folks we have left. All right, Liz, I'm going to open your line.
Thank you, Mona. I did speak earlier. My name is Liz Avila. That's Lizavila. I already provided comments, but I have a question for you. Can you please clarify if the California Energy Commission members are attending this public notice meeting via Zoom? If yes, are they all attending? And who is attending? If not, why are they not present? Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Liz. Yeah, we want to hear from everyone who hasn't commented yet today. So let me go to Krista Cardinale. Krista, I'm going to open your line. If you could please unmute on your end. It is helpful if you can state and spell your name for a court reporter as well.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hold on one second. My name is Krista Cardinale. It's Krista, Krista, Cardinal like the bird with an E at the end. Thanks for giving me a second to voice my adamant opposition to this proposed battery storage facility. I've been a resident of this area my entire life. I'm speaking up not only as a community member, but as a mother of a young child and a daughter to two elderly parents that also live in the area. I'm deeply concerned about this Compass lithium battery storage project that's proposed for San Juan at Laguna Niguel. This facility would sit so close to homes and the 5 freeway, one of our region's major lifelines. Something were to go wrong, as they often do with these types of facilities. an accident or a fire on the site could have catastrophic consequences, not only for traffic and first responders, but for all of us living nearby. And that really concerns me. It's my understanding that this storage size would tie with the 10th largest in the world, and that's frightening. Lithium battery fires are notoriously difficult to control. They burn hot, release toxic gases, and can reignite even after being put out. With California already struggling with wildfires, placing this kind of facility near residential neighborhoods seems reckless and negligent. And let's not forget what's at stake culturally. This area is home to landmarks like Mission San Juan Capistrano and the Los Rios Historic District, places that connect us to our history. A fire or a hazardous incident like this could damage those sites beyond repair. This location is the wrong choice. As a lifelong resident, I'm asking our leaders to protect what makes this community special and safe. Please say no to the Compass project at this proposed location. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we're going to hear from Valerie McKellar. Valerie, you're going to open your line. You can unmute on your end and then you can begin.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Valerie McKellar. That's VALERIEMCKELLAR. And I'm speaking today to express my strong opposition to the proposal of placing this battery energy storage facility within this community. In my professional life, I serve as Director of Investment Operations, where I'm responsible for evaluating risk, long-term impact, alignment with strategic objectives. This location introduces concentrated unmanaged risk. You should not place a high-risk industrial facility in the heart of a residential and family-centered area. From an operational lens, this project fails on multiple levels. It lacks appropriate emergency infrastructure. It creates disproportionate exposure for nearby residents. It underestimates the long-term liability risks if something goes wrong, which based on national precedents is not just theoretical. This proposed site is so close to our homes, schools, and community spaces. The location signals a failure in land use planning and community protection. We're being asked to accept a high-risk installation in areas that should be safeguarded, not sacrificed. Good operations in any field are about aligning missions with measured actions. This proposal does not do that. Please don't let this project move forward at this site and redirect it to a more appropriate site and one that can support California's clean energy goals without jeopardizing the safety and trust of the communities that you serve. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Valerie. Next, we're going to hear from Joanne Marquez. Joanne, I'm going to open your line. You'll need to unmute on your end and then you can begin.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Joanne Marquez, and I've been a resident of San Juan Capistrano since 1984. I live in the Capistrano Villas, which is it's a complex, a condo complex of about 5,000 people, about 2 miles south of the site for this. Our complex has 2 roads in and out of the entire complex with close to 5. I think that somebody the other day said 4,700 people, but it's close to 500. The majority are children. There are 9 schools in the area. There's a high fire danger. There's a danger of the railroad, and we heard the other day about the vibrations from the railroad could cause a danger to the battery farm. There are medical facilities. It's just not a good place. People living in houses 1,500 feet above in Laguna Niguel. It's an area that's had flooding and fire problems in the past. The year that I moved here, there was a flood that blocked off Camino Capistrano, and actually a guy had gotten out of his car and was washed out to sea. That would have been 1983, 84. And it's just not a good location. You know, electricity is the way of the future, the electric cars and everything is electronic, and that's great. But this is just, I can't think of a worse location for this than the one that's being proposed. And I hope that you'll reject it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right. I am not seeing any new raised hands, and I wanted to make sure we heard from everyone today. If you are here and you'd like to comment, now is the time to raise your hand. That'll let us know we will take more comments at this time before we move on to the next part of our program. All right, we have Michael Wallach with a raised hand. Michael, I'm going to open your line. You'll just need to unmute on your end. Just a reminder to state and spell your name for the record. That really helps our court reporter. And then also, we are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less, and there's going to be a timer on the screen. Michael, if you can, Michael Wallach, if you can unmute on your end, and then you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry about that. Yes, hi, my name is Michael Wallach, Walllock, and I am a resident of Laguna Niguel. I live in the Westerlies neighborhood, which is just above the hillside from that site. And I would just like to echo with, I think, nearly every single resident of the surrounding communities have been saying, which is, we understand the need for renewable energy, et cetera, but this location for the site is about the worst location that you can pick. If you just look at the location itself, it's right at the base of a flammable hillside. And if anything that we have learned from the horrific wildfires that we had up in Los Angeles, all it takes is one Santa Ana wind event and a spark, and that hillside could go up extremely fast, and we would lose all those houses. Also, just with the way the embers travel, it's endangering all the surrounding neighborhood communities. I know Capistrano Valley High School is right across the freeway from that location. I think it's less than 5,000 feet. So you're endangering just from any sort of the toxic smoke or what could come off that could really endanger the kids that are there. Not to mention the other surrounding schools as well. I mean, I believe you also have J. Sarah High School, which is right down the pathway from that location as well. So I mean, that's, I think, is the biggest concern, is just the location is not right. If we're going to want to build a facility like that, I don't understand why we wouldn't want to do it in perhaps one of the in the areas that's zoned for more industry and industrial area, where you don't risk all the residential houses around there. Again, I think it's just a terrible location. I don't know anyone in the community that supports this. So I mean, that's the point I really want to get across. And again, I'm one of the residents that would be directly impacted by this. See, my time's almost up, but thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we're going to hear from Nancy Mead Cotton. Nancy, I'm going to open your line. If you could just unmute on your end, and then you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Mead Cotton, Nancy, Mead, Meade, Cotton, Cotton. I reside in Laguna Niguel, in Niguel Summit. I am opposed to the lithium battery storage in San Juan Capistrano. The location is much too close to homes, open spaces, and wildfire vegetation. Local officials have raised serious concerns about this project. I live at the top of Niguel Road, close to where we had the coastal fires 3 years ago. We are already having difficulty obtaining fire insurance for our homes, and this would make it that much more difficult, in addition to the dangers of other wildfires. I believe that if you need to have this, it should go in another area other than a residential area. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we're going to hear from Andrew. Andrew, I'm going to open your line. We asked if you could share your name and the spelling of your name for our record as well. And we're asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. There's going to be a timer on the screen. Andrew, I'm sorry, I don't have your last name on the screen. If you can unmute on your end, then you can begin. All right, Andrew, we're not getting unmuting on your end. I'm going to come back to you if you want to look at your settings. I'll come back and in a minute. Okay. So next, let's hear from Chris Green. Chris, I'm going to open your line. If you could just unmute on your end and then you can begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for allowing the public to speak about this. I'm speaking today to strongly oppose the siting of this lithium-ion battery storage facility near our neighborhoods and freeways. While these systems are great for supporting renewable energy, their risks, when placed too close to people and animals and open spaces, are simply too great. These lithium battery fires are not ordinary fires. So if one of these batteries catches on fire, they burn at thousands of degrees. They release toxic gases like hydrogen fluoride, and they're nearly impossible to extinguish, as we know. Just like in Surprise, Arizona, a battery explosion injured 8 firefighters, and it cost the city nearly $2 million in emergency response. In Moss Landing, California, toxic fumes prompted shelter-in-place orders, and the county, not the operator, was stuck with the bill for response and cleanup. But the damage doesn't stop with the fire. These facilities contaminate groundwater, they poison the soil, and they render the surrounding land unusable for agriculture. Toxins released can travel for miles, silently exposing residents downwind. And the worst part is operators like Compass Energy often aren't insured enough to cover these disasters. So that means when things go wrong, and they eventually do, we, the taxpayers, have to pay for it. So this is not just about safety, it's about justice. Communities bear the environmental, health, and financial costs of a facility that they have no real say in. So I thank you for allowing us to speak against this today. Until these systems are truly safe and fully insured, they must not be built near homes, schools, or freeways. So let's protect our people before we prioritize private profit. Thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we're going to hear from Shelley. Shelley, I'm going to open your line. You'll just need to unmute on your end and then you can begin.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity for us to give our feedback. As a resident of Laguna Niguel and also living very close to the coastal fire, we lived through the terror of, not knowing what will happen to our homes, and basically firsthand witnessing the speed of how just one spark can really destroy communities. In addition to what everyone else has been saying about the toxicity, and which is really great and endangering our community. I would like to also echo the fact that this will lower the value of our homes. This will have a great impact on our insurances, which we're already having a really hard time obtaining ever since all the fires, and the great risk to the health and for just not the the health of environment and all of the people around this community. As everyone has said, I really hope that they would consider having this in a remote area, in industrial areas. There's plenty of desert and more land inland that are not occupied by people for miles and miles, and that should be the location of such endeavor. So thank you again for the opportunity to hear us.
Thank you for your comments, Shelley. Next, we're going to hear from Jenny Rose. I'm going to open your line, Jenny. If you could just unmute on your end, and just a quick reminder to please state and spell your name for the record if you can. And we are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. There'll be a timer on the screen.
Hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Jenny Rose, ROSE. I live in Dana Point, and I just wanted to read a brief statement by Hartford Insurance Group about the dangers of thermal runaway, which is a real concern for me and should be for everybody. Basically, their brief, it'll take less than 2 minutes. It says that lithium-ion batteries not only increase the number of fires, but they especially increase the severity of a fire due to the thermal runaway potential, which can occur with the batteries. Thermal runaway is a phenomenon which causes rapid fire intensification due to a flammable electrolyte within the cells, and it can quickly spread to adjoining battery modules and packs. Even when handled properly, there is a cause for concern because overexposure to heat or damage can cause the electrolyte to ignite, explode, and expose adjoining battery cells within the pack. This is especially important to be aware of if you are transporting the batteries. It goes on to say that the thermal runaway.
Uh-oh, Jenny. I think you might have accidentally clicked mute if you want to come back on. Uh-oh. Jenny Rose, your line got muted on your end. All right. I think you're back on, Jenny, if you want to continue. Yes.
I just wanted to say that because of the recent fires we've had in Los Angeles and the fact that insurance is so difficult to come by nowadays, unless there are provisions for insurance for people to be able to rebuild, I mean, we saw what wind conditions can do. And as the other speakers have all said, it's going to happen eventually. There will be a fire. Lithium makes it exponentially worse. And if we're going to be having fires, something needs to be done to protect the residents, not just our properties, but the lives of the local residents. That's basically all I have to say, other than to thank you for letting us have an opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next, we're going to hear from Judy Gerard. Judy, I'm going to open your line. If you could just unmute on your end, and then you can begin. Judy, your line is open on our end. You will need to unmute on your end.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. My name is Judy Gerard. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I just have 2 points that I wanted to bring up. One, everyone keeps talking about the little risk involved in this. And I think if there's any risk involved, that's too much risk. I mean, it's just too, as everyone has said in the past, there's just too much damage that can be done from something like that if something goes wrong. And then the other part I wanted to mention is it came to my attention that Saddleback College actually received $750,000 to be paid over 5 years towards the college to approve, from the company building this facility, the lithium battery facility. And because Saddleback College approved the money, that college, because of its size, fulfilled the requirement of the percentage of the community that would approve this project, therefore letting it go to this level. And it just seems to me wrong that it wasn't that someone financially benefiting from this could fulfill the requirements to get it to this point. To me, it feels like it should be the actual community who's not going to benefit financially that should make the decision if this battery facility should be in the neighborhood. So I just wanted to pass that information along and just thank you again for listening, and please just take that in mind that you are now truly hearing from the community who is not financially benefiting from this battery facility. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. All right, I'm going to try Andrew's line again. Sorry, Andrew, I only have a first name on the screen. I'm going to open your line. You'll need to unmute on your end. If you are on Zoom online, you'll see a microphone symbol on your screen. You'll click on that to unmute. And if you're joining by phone, it'll be *6. I'm going to try open your line again.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank God. Okay. Well, thank you for hearing the comments. I know a lot of people aren't really informed of all these things. That there actually should have been a letter mandated to every person in, the surrounding cities way back when the process began to start informing them about it. Anyways, like I said before, this decision was taken out of our hands and given to you. We didn't really have a say in it. So to make that point, the number one risk is a toxic smoke and long-term soil contamination. I don't know. I'm worried that Compass is a subsidiary of a big business. And what's to say that they can't declare bankruptcy if they have to pay for 1,000 houses and toxic smoke cleanup? I don't know if they've been forced to put any billion-dollar bond down, as a stipulation on this. It shouldn't be there anyways. There's plenty of industrial areas like in Anaheim, where if the AQMD, if I was a business and I tried to do a project that was going to emit any kind of toxic smoke or had the potential for it, the AQMD would cause all kinds of restrictions, and I'd be forced to go to industrial areas, and I'd have filtration systems and all that other stuff like that. But this thing has a potential to cause that kind of damage if there's no regulation on it. I want to know what happened to the people that approved Moss Landing. That project was approved by somebody, and whoever approved that was wrong, because obviously it burnt to the ground. So I don't know, if you guys can inform us, what happened. So I'm worried about the long-term safety. Like I said, the decision was out of our hands. Why should we pay increased insurance costs if that happens? And I just think it should be relocated somewhere else. The high desert, there's plenty of grid connections out there, big open spaces, paved areas. It's just too close to homes. And also, you're bypassing the original regulations for the state that said that they had to be 3,500 feet away from any residence. The California Energy Commission, or the state, when they passed the law, gave you guys the authority to not follow recommendations that somebody decided were a good idea a long time ago. And now, they're going past those own regulations. Thank you for your time. Thank you for hearing my comment.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we're going to hear from Angela M. Angela, I'm going to open your line. You'll just need to unmute on your end, and then you can begin.
Okay. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay, great. Actually, my husband's here. He's got notes.
So I'm going to go on record. My name is Vincent Maroon. My wife and I have lived here at 4 Flower Ridge Circle for 30 years. And as I look forward to my retirement, I'm now faced with what I consider a cataclysmic event. The fact that I would have to uproot and leave my home of 30 years. So what I'm giving you is the human side. You've heard a lot of complaints about the benefit, the effects of the economic effects and what have you. I'm speaking to the human side of the equation. This is potentially a cataclysmic event that not only is going to affect me personally, right? It's going to do that, but it's also going to affect the children, the rest of the families, and the balance of the community in this area. The simple fact that a $90 billion French power company leveraging its resources to take advantage of California resources and California communities is simply outrageous. This is not considered progress. Progress is renewable energy that is contributing to the welfare of the communities that it's available in. This is not something that's going to contribute to the welfare of this community. Historically, and recent experiences have devastated effects across several other cities in the world and in the United States. So the simple truth in this fact situation, in my opinion, is that there are similar facilities that have had bad experiences for themselves and the communities that they serve that have effectively destroyed lives and communities. And this could all be avoided, as has been pointed out. There are several other locations that are not close to communities. Consider the San Onofre plant. Consider the Prima Facie landfill down in San Juan Capistrano. All those are isolated locations that are ideal for this situation. So, and finally, in closing, please do not approve this facility. The risk for the community is much greater than the reward for the French company. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we're going to hear from Stacy Lawrence. Stacy, I'm going to open your line, and you'll just need to unmute on your end. It is helpful if you can state and spell your name for a court reporter as well.
Hi, yes, my name is Stacy Lawrence, STACY-LAWRENCE. I am a resident in San Juan Capistrano. I have 3 children who I'm raising here. My family and my community oppose the lithium battery storage. We have a fire crisis in our state, and to even consider putting this near the creek, the ocean, and high fire areas and near communities, homes, and 5 private schools in San Juan Capistrano is dangerous. And you guys are not considering just the implications. I feel like this is greed, money, and a land grab. And there's nothing positive for this community. We have so much, we have an equestrian rich community. We have a historic mission. We have development that has just attracted tourists from all parts of the world to our city. And this is going to damage that. I am, like the gentleman before, I don't want to have to move my children out of this city that I love and I consider a home. But I will if this moves forward. And again, developers and people going behind the back straight to this state, and not taking into consideration the people who live here is wrong. And I am opposed to it, and I will do whatever it takes on my end to get the community's support to bring this to the state level. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Tila Tata. I'm going to open your line, Tila. You'll just need to unmute on your end, and then you may begin.
Hi, my name is Tila Tata, and I live in Laguna Niguel. And I just wanted to make a last comment. I was there the other day and made a comment, but I kind of wrote something. But anyways, I just think we as a community do not have the confidence in the safety of this technology. While Compass may argue that facility will not be a source of fire, that does not eliminate the very real risk imposed by its presence in a high fire danger zone, not to mention that our insurance will go up exponentially more than it is even now. These facilities utilize lithium ion phosphate, and in most cases, the cause is still unknown. The reality is clear. The technology is susceptible to explosive reactions at higher temperatures, such as during a wildfire event, and we are not speculating. The community has already faced devastating wildfires. We have seen firsthand how quickly fires spread, how unpredictable its path can be, and how catastrophic the consequences are when it collides with explosive volatile materials. On May 29, 2025, multiple fire authorities publicly testified before the commission, clearly stating that local firefighting sources are not equipped to contain a complex fire in the event of this nature quickly or safely. Their concern is not hypothetical, it is foreseeable reality if this project proceeds at the proposed site. The worst case scenario is not just theatrical, it's inevitability in a region where wildfire risk remains high year after year. A single wildfire already difficult to contain, but two fires burning simultaneously, one natural and one fueled by hazardous material, would create an emergency response nightmare. Approving the facility in this location is a direct threat to public safety. We urge the California Energy Commission to recognize the gravity of this risk and reject all proposals before disaster strikes or be held accountable for devastation when it happens. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have some more hands raised, but I just wanted to do another call out on instructions. If you're here and you'd like to comment, you can raise your hand at any time and it will, your hand will join the queue. If you are on Zoom online, you'll use the raise hand feature on your screen. It looks like an open palm. And if you're joining by phone, you'll press *9. That's going to let us know you'd like to comment. And we will call on all raised hands before moving on to the next item in our program today. So I do encourage you to raise your hand at this time if you want to make a comment. Next, we will hear from M and M. I'm going to open your line. If you could just unmute on your end, then you may begin. And just a reminder, it is helpful if you state and spell your name for our record as well.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Yes, hi. My name is Mohit Mund, Mohitmund. So basically, I'm calling because I'm very much concerned. I'm a resident here at Laguna Niguel for almost 18 years. And I did not know nothing about this company until I researched. And ironically, the company's name is BESS. You know what it rhymes with? BS. So I live right on top of the mountain where this facility is going to be built. So what I'm trying to say is basically this whole thing has been created by the politicians of the surrounding cities, Laguna Niguel, Dana Point, and San Juan. Wherever they have seen empty lots, they have started building apartments and all kind of stuff. Result, the population has increased, the traffic has increased. It almost seems like we live in LA. I'm telling this because, you know, I've been living here for 18 years. It was never this bad. So because of this, energy consumption has gone up. The prices of energy has gone up. And now this is what's going to be, you know, what the politicians are doing is now they want to put a grid up so that, you know, when there is higher consumption of energy, they can do whatever, put that into the grid. Well, you know, this whole problem has been created by the politicians. So what I'm going to say is basically we are in an earthquake zone and Santa Ana winds, and we don't have the manpower or resources to tackle if something goes wrong. Everything is stretched to its limit. So that's what I'm going to say. And that's all. I mean, if anything goes wrong, we are not capable of doing anything because of lack of resources. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we're going to hear from Lauren Block. Lauren, I'm going to open your line. It is helpful if you can state and spell your name for the record as well. And we are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. There'll be a timer on the screen. I'm going to open your line now.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is actually Marie Block, Marie, last name Block, Block. And I just wanted to share that my husband and I bought our first home in Laguna Niguel in 1987. We continue to live in this home and have worked and raised our kids in this home for the past 38 years. To live in South Orange County is a privilege and we don't take it for granted. The proposed Compass lithium battery farm in northern San Juan Capistrano is a mistake for so many reasons. If we learned anything from the battery farms placed in neighborhoods in Moss Landing or Escondido, we see that both of them caught fire and caused massive pollution and damage to the surrounding areas. If we look at the cities in South Orange County within a 10-mile radius of the proposed battery farm in San Juan Capistrano, the following would need to happen when the battery farm catches on fire. Notice I said when, not if, the battery fire catches on fire. This battery farm would be like a ticking time bomb. The following would need to occur when there is a fire at the Compass Battery Farm. There are 11 cities within a 10-mile radius of the proposed battery farm, and they would need to be evacuated. Think of the thousands of people that would be affected. 29 schools, which include middle schools, elementary, high schools, private schools, and charter schools within a 10-mile radius of the battery farm. And the students, teachers, administrators, and staff would also need to be evacuated. Thousands of people drive north and south on the 5 freeway every single day. Traffic would be stopped for miles, hours, and days, which would trap people on the freeway if and when a fire was to occur at the battery farm. The same would be true for those people that take the Amtrak train. A battery farm would also affect the surrounding neighborhoods above and around it if and when a fire would occur. The beautiful San Juan Capistrano hills, waterways, air quality, noise level would be greatly affected. First responders in South Orange County would also be put in harm's way, and the toxins produced by a battery farm could affect them forever. Think about what happened to the first responders during 9/11. So I know my time is short. So the good of the many should be considered over the greed of the few. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we're going to hear from attendee S. Rower Dink. I hope I've said that correctly. I'm going to open your line, and then you'll just need to unmute on your end before beginning. It is helpful if you can state and spell your name for the court reporter as well.
Hi, my name is Sean Rowerdink, Rowerdink. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. First, I want to say that I do not consent to the lithium battery storage and disposal proposal. It is a fire hazard. It's toxic. It's waste poisoning the soil, atmosphere, and environment. Increase in fire hazard. In our insurance, our property values will drop, and it's very hazardous and detrimental to the health and lives of all residents in surrounding areas, not to mention our first responders. I would just be repeating what has been said already. I just wanted to state the fact that I am opposed to this this greedy situation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we're going to hear from Stacy Lawrence. Stacy, I'm going to open your line. You'll just unmute on your end, and then you can begin.
Hello, yes, thank you. I spoke previously. I just wanted to add that this land that is being proposed was a gift to Saddleback Church, who in turn is in a move that most residents and people in the community of San Juan Capistrano, the city itself, does not approve of this project. But Compass Energy Storage is seeking approval from the CEC to bypass the city's permit process. So we're not even a part of it. This is a deal between two people, two entities that have nothing to do with the community. We just saw the complete devastation in the Palisades fire. There was no resource, there was a lack of resources, and cities and neighborhoods were decimated due to those fires. I'm on the FEMA website right now, and it talks about the risks and responses for lithium ion battery fires. And there are many. There's the chemical composition. They contain volatile electrolytes, and they can release flammable gases. There's ejection, there's risk of reignition, there's thermal runaway. And none of this is being considered. This is just money, and that is it. This has nothing to do with the people. This has nothing to do with the land. This has nothing to do with the residents or the city. We do not support this. We are against this. There are many other places to have this, not in the middle of neighborhoods, schools, parks, and wildlife. Thank you.
I do ask that we allow time for people that have not spoken yet to be able to make their comments. If anyone has raised their hand again that already commented, I do ask you to please lower your hand so I can make sure I'm calling on people that haven't spoken yet. We have over 80 people have spoken today, so it's hard for me to remember all the names. So I'm asking for everyone to cooperate. And if you have already spoken, to please lower your hand so I can make sure I'm calling on people and they get their turn as well. All right, next we're going to call on Deb. Deb, I'm going to open your line. You'll just need to unmute on your end and then you can begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I've been a resident ever since I was born here in 1984, so 40 years. I'm in my childhood home of my parents that purchased this house in Laguna Niguel in 1972, so 53 years ago. Many have already said the key facts of how it's going to negatively impact the people, this area, the land. So I just trying to do my part to stop this, and so I just want it to be noted that I am opposed. I mean, I'm not going to repeat all the facts. I agree with everything that people have been saying. So please note that I am opposed and you can give my time to others. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. I'm going to call on Julie. I don't have a last name on here. I am relying on folks who have already spoken to lower their hand. So Julie, I'm going to open your line. If you could please unmute on your end. It is helpful if you can state and spell your name for the record. Julie, we've opened your line and you'll just need to unmute on your end to begin. All right, Judy, we're not getting any unmuting on your end, so I'm going to move on, but I will try you again. Next, we're going to hear from Catherine Orang. Catherine, I'm going to open your line. You'll just need to unmute on your end. Uh-oh, Catherine, I think I lost you. Okay, Catherine, I'm going to open your line. You'll just need to unmute on your end and then you can begin.
Hi, this is Catherine Rain. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My last name is spelled Aurang. And I was made aware of this lithium battery storage facility sometime last year, and I was incredibly surprised. And I have been listening to all of the comments that people have made against this, and I'm no different. Have been living here in Laguna Niguel for 16 years, and my brother has also lived here in this city as well for almost the last 20 years. I'm speaking on behalf of them as well as my neighbors and the entire community. I concur with everyone who's in opposition. I can say I work in the world of pharmaceuticals where we are always assessing risk and mitigation. And as you know, with pharmaceuticals, it's highly regulated. And to hear about this particular proposition, it's even worse than what I, experience in the world of pharmaceuticals. The risk is so great. There's not even a proper way to mitigate against this because this is, for me, there's just no, there doesn't appear to be common sense. So I am a big proponent for highly, regulated, energy efficient types of, businesses, but I just don't think that this is the appropriate place for this type of facility. So with that said, I hope the Energy Commission can use common sense to consider denial of this proposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. All right. Next let's see, sorry. All right, next we're gonna hear from Nancy V. I'm gonna open your line, Nancy. You'll just need to unmute on your end, and if you could please state and spell your name for the record, that'd be very helpful.
Hi, this is Nancy Thee. T as in Tom, H-E-E. I've lived, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just wasn't sure. I've lived in Laguna Niguel for 40 years, and I have seen this community grow. And I am originally from Pacific Palisades. As you know, the fire there just consumed my hometown, and I would hate to see that anything happen to this community. It seems implausible to me that this could even be considered with the fire danger and the displacement of so many people that have already been displaced amongst our neighboring cities from south to northern California. I mean, it's unfathomable to me that this would even be a consideration to put something so dangerous in our community. And so I am definitely opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Nancy. All right, let's try Julie again. Julie, I'm going to open your line. You'll just need to unmute on your end, and that's how you can begin your comments. Julie, apologies, I don't have a last name for you on the screen. If you could please unmute at this time, we can hear your comments. All right, we're not getting an unmute from you. And I'm doing another call for new comments from people we haven't heard from today. If you could please raise your hand at this time. We want to make sure we hear from you before we move on in the program. If you're joining on Zoom, you'll use the raise hand feature on your screen. And if you're joining by phone, you'll press *9. That's going to let us know you'd like to comment. And I'm just going to give that a moment. And then I'm going to hand the programming to Casey Chang at CEC. You can continue to raise your hand, and I will come back to folks that have raised their hands, but Casey has some announcements to make, and then we will go back to raised hands. Thanks, Casey.
Thank you, Mona. Can we have the next slide, please? Perfect. All right. Hi, everyone. I am Casey Chang with the Siting Transmission and Environmental Protection Division. Thank you all for taking the time today, this morning, and now into the afternoon for sharing your comments. And thank you to those who have joined us for both days. As Mona Batty, our public advisor, has mentioned, you can submit comments anytime. We did file a notice of preparation to the docket on May 2nd, and we want to point out that comments on the scope and content of the environmental document in response to the notice of preparation are due by June 4th, 2025. Comments can be submitted electronically via the e-comment system on the CEC webpage for the proposed Compass Energy Storage project, or mailed directly to the CEC at the address identified on this slide. So we'll pause one moment in case anyone wants to take pictures of this slide. This is also available on our docket. We did post our presentation from the May 29th public meeting. All right, can we please move to the next slide? So we want to reemphasize that we will consider all comments received as we prepare the staff assessment that will include a draft environmental impact report for the proposed project. We anticipate the staff assessment will be published and circulated for a 60-day public review period in the fall of 2025. And then the next planned public meeting would be on the staff assessment. So we will hold a public meeting close to the project site with the findings of the staff assessment during that public review period. We'll also keep this slide up and pause while we are waiting for more hands raised. And if we receive more hands raised, I will pass it back over to Mona.
Thanks, Casey. We do have an additional caller with a raised hand. So if we could pull the timer slide back up. Thank you so much. All right, phone number ending in 086. I'm going to open your line. You'll need to unmute on your end before beginning, and you'll press *6 to mute, or excuse me, to unmute. We are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. And if you could just unmute now, phone number ending in 086. All right, we show you as unmuted, but we're not getting any audio. So if you could please adjust any microphone settings you have so we can get your audio through.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. Awesome. Thank you for giving me a voice today. I'm calling from beautiful Dana Point, and I hope we can continue to say that. Clearly, there's a very enormous population that is extremely opposed to this. We need to get the word out still. As many have mentioned, there is nothing about this that makes any sense whatsoever. I have children that are very concerned about their future health, living in an environment with high risk of toxics, not to mention the wildlife. I mean, come on, let's do the right thing. It's really unnecessary. I have a husband and many family members that are firefighters that are suffering from different lung issues from being exposed to chemicals. Let's do better than this. Let's be smart about this. Let's fight. Let's get the word out. Let's go and do the right thing so we can all sleep at night. And unfortunately, there's a small handful of people out there that this kind of stuff does not matter to them for a number of reasons. So we can be strong. Let's do this. And here we go, so we can have many more beautiful days. Once again, Dana Point resident of over, 40 years. And I hope we can continue living in this beautiful, serene place. Let's do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we didn't catch your name. If you would be willing to share that. It's not required, but it does help.
Nope, not a problem at all. First name is Gloria, and the last name is Laub, and that's spelled L-A-U-B as in boy.
Thank you, Gloria. All right. Next, we're going to hear from Byron. Byron, I'm going to open your line. If you could please unmute on your end, and then you may begin.
Okay, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. Byron Betterly. I live in Laguna Niguel. I'm really familiar with LiPo batteries because of a hobby. I use them all the time, but I know how to safely use them. That's why I'm really opposed to this project here in our community. It's totally unsafe to have it near a major population center, adjacent to a freeway with extremely limited access, only one road in. I'm very familiar with the Crystal Cathedral property. I used to live at the Bathgate Ranch right adjacent to that whole location south of the slope there. So I just want to make sure everybody understands what a major fire risk that is to have this project built in that location. For a lot of reasons, the firefighters are obviously opposed to it, as well as all the residents that live in the proximity of that project. So I urge everyone to oppose that project. It's a horrible location, very unsafe, and obviously being pushed by people that don't live here and don't care about the welfare of the residents. That's my comment.
Thank you so much. All right, next we're going to hear from Christine Lambinos. Christine, I'm going to open your line. You'll just need to unmute on your end and then you can begin.
All right, there we go. So yes, good afternoon. My name is Christine Lambino. I am a resident of Laguna Niguel, and I am in full support of our city leaders in their continued opposition to this energy storage project and urge the California Energy Commission to deny certification. I believe this project was rightfully denied at the local level with input from local stakeholders, and I find it quite unacceptable that it's still being pushed forward with very limited opportunities for community input. As others have mentioned, I'm concerned about its extremely close proximity to the I-5 freeway. And in the event of a fire emergency at the site or even nearby, the impacts on evacuation routes and public safety and the ability of folks like me to be able to evacuate quickly and safely. It's also, as others mentioned, close to residential neighborhoods. And I'm concerned about pollution and potential long-term health risks of having this facility so nearby. I sat in on the meeting, I believe it was, or the first meeting on this. We even had young children in our city speaking out about this project. And I think that says something. They're voicing their opposition and they deserve to grow up in a community where they're heard and their safety and health are prioritized. I support a thorough community-driven review process, not one that's going to bypass key stakeholders on this. So I am asking for denial of this plan. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we're going to hear from Mary Robertson. Mary, I'm going to open your line. You'll just need to unmute on your end, and it is helpful if you could state and spell your name for our record as well.
Yes, hi, my name is Mary Robertson, Robertson. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to talk. I have been a Laguna Niguel homeowner for over 18 years. And I would just like to leave the commission with one thought in the form of a question that I hope you will take seriously and recall when making your decision. In light of what we've seen in previous battery fires, in light of what we've seen in wildfires, in light of what we experience with Santa Ana winds, would you seriously want this battery storage in your neighborhood, in an area where your children or grandchildren attend school, in proximity to your house or your relatives' homes? I am strongly opposed to this storage unit for numerous reasons, as has been previously stated by all speakers. Please disapprove and locate in a non-populated area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Mary. Right. Next, we're going to go to Patricia Munoz. I'm going to open your line, Patricia. You'll just need to unmute on your end, and then you can begin.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm Patricia Muniz, and I live in Laguna Niguel, and I am obviously concerned about the battery storage facility there in San Juan Capistrano because we've had fires there anyway, just spontaneous vegetation fires, and I just don't believe that it's safe. It's surrounded by homes, it's surrounded by the freeway, and if there is a fire there, the fumes are toxic. The toxic chemicals can get in the public water system, and so I'm just wanting to voice my dissent that this should not be allowed to happen.
Thank you for your comments, Patricia. Next, we're going to hear from Paul Bueller. Paul, I'm going to open your line. You'll just need to unmute on your end, and then you can begin.
Okay, my name is Paul Bueller. That's Buehler. I want to register my disapproval on this. I live about 1 mile from where this facility would be open. I live in a house directly above it on a ridge line. So if a fire started, it would come right up the ridge and burn my house out. Apparently, the state also feels the same way. They put us in a super negative area, which allowed my insurance company this year to raise my rates 75%. They also believe this is a dangerous area to live in, specifically with the fire hazard. I've been to all of the meetings. All of the firemen have said the same thing, that it will happen. It might not happen today or tomorrow, but within 5 years, something's going to catch fire. And when they all catch fire, they can't put it out. And this whole place will just be an inferno. Even while the inferno is burning, all fire departments and police are going to be out of the area, so they're not going to protect me, as well as shutting down I-5, the corridor. It's just going to be a disaster. I really hope they can find someplace else, and I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, I'm doing another call for raised hands from folks that we haven't heard from yet. We want to make sure that anyone who's here today who hasn't been heard and would like to comment can raise their hand at this time. Once we've heard from all the raised hands, we are planning to adjourn the meeting. And in the chat, we've put links to the e-commenting page and a recording from last week's event and also today's event will be available on the event page as well. The recording from Thursday's event has presentations from CEC as well as the applicant at the event on Thursday, and more information can be obtained from those presentations. All right, and we have a hand raised from Lawrence Ward. I'm gonna open your line, Lawrence. You'll unmute on your end, and then you can begin.
Hi, this is Lawrence Ward. I also live in Laguna Niguel. I'm a former resident of Lahaina, Hawaii, and I know very well the risk that is posed by wildfire dangers in this area. Currently, the mustard seed is 6 to 8 feet tall in the hills surrounding the proposed BESS site. I understand the need for energy storage, especially with the fluctuations in the grid. However, I can't condone or find it wise to build the battery facility in this area. When the LA fires were happening, I was able to see from the ridgeline 2 other small fires that were started. And my deep concern is that as time goes on, when the winds reach 40 to 60 miles an hour, if a fire were to start, there's nothing that will stop it. If you add the toxic smoke from a battery facility, it's a recipe for disaster. This would be akin to building a nuclear facility sitting on the ocean. In San Clemente, they chose to decommission that facility. I don't believe that this is the right location for the facility. I'm not against the facility in any way, shape, or form, but I don't think in the center of Orange County, in a highly populated area, in a known wildfire risk zone, is an intelligent decision. I hope that you take my comments to heart. I believe that it's a when, not if scenario. Unfortunately, that Laguna Niguel will face a wildfire. I hope that doesn't occur. And I just want to show respect for everybody on this call. But I walk those hills. I know those hills. I know the site very, very well. It's at the Saddleback Peace Farm. I'm a member of Saddleback Church. I love Orange County, and I don't want to see anything bad happen to it. And if there's another solution that you could consider that's not in such a highly populated area, close to a train, an interstate, and hundreds of homes and schools and churches, I think that would be a better idea. So if there's another solution that you can have, please do that solution, and respect to everybody on this call. And God bless you. I hope you make the right decisions. Please act with wisdom on a long-term basis. If we've had this many fires and incidents in the last few years, it's not going to get better. It's probably going to get worse. So I pray for your guidance and your wisdom in this situation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. We're going to go next to Debbie Salahi. Debbie, I'm going to open your line. You'll just need to unmute on your end and then you can begin. Debbie, we see that you've unmuted, but we're not getting any sound from your line. If you could please adjust the volume of your microphone, that might help. Debbie, we're not getting any audio from you. And I want to make sure you have time to troubleshoot. You are the last commenter, so I want to just give that a moment. And again, if there's anyone else who would like to comment we haven't heard from before, please raise your hand.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Debbie.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just my microphone wasn't right. I just wanted to say that I believe in this project, but I'm very against having it where it is. I think it's a fire hazard. It's just too close to so many homes, and I don't have my I don't have my information in front of me, but my friend just called and said that you were taking information right now. So I just wanted to say that I'm very against this because I just think it's not a good location for it. If you could find another location that's not so close to so many people and someplace that is not a fire hazard, I really appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we're going to hear from Noah Brown. Noah, I'm going to open your line. You'll just need to unmute on your end and then you can begin.
Okay, go ahead, Noah. Yeah, Chuck.
I am Noah Brown. I am 7. I don't want the battery. Felicity, I love living in San Juan, and it is unsafe to have something that can cause a fire. I love the animals and my dog Gus. Please keep us safe by saying no. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Noah. Next, we're going to hear from Armin G. Armin, I'm going to open your line. You'll just need to unmute on your end and then you can begin.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name's Armin Gulasarian. I live up in Laguna Heights. I too walk the trail quite frequently and am concerned about the fires. There was a call that took place that I wasn't alerted to. I got a call. I was out to dinner with my wife. This was a couple months back, and there was an expert on talking about how it's impossible for these things to catch fire and the plume and the radius and the studies. I'd like to get copies of all these studies that he was referring to, and I'm joining late, so maybe you already covered those. But I would like copies of all of the claims of safety so that we can have those so that down the road, if we do run into problems, we have it documented that the folks that wanted to build this thing reassured us all along the way that there could be no problems and nothing would happen. And so we'll have that documented. Then I am also curious as to what type of insurance coverage this facility is going to have in place if it does fail, so that we have a party with deep pockets to reimburse us for rebuilding all of our homes from said failure of the power source. So those are the things that are most concerning to me. Like, hey, if you want to build something cool, make sure though that you have the deep pockets enough to rebuild all of our homes if what you build blows everything up. Thank you for seeing that there's more information there, but I really would like the transcript of the expert who was really trying to say, oh, there's no way that the smoke would carry. There's no way that based on these reports. So hopefully it's in there. I'll take a look at it later, but I want to thank you for your time and this opportunity.
Thank you for your comments, Armin. Next, we're going to hear from phone number ending in 111. I'm going to open your line. You will need to unmute on your end by pressing *6, and then you can begin.
Hi, I did phone in before, but I am making a comment on behalf of a friend who couldn't take the time because she's at work. So this comment is on behalf of Chris Fernandez, CHRIS FERNADEZ. And her comment was being a generational resident of the area when it was county land and long before any of our cities were formed. She's a resident of San Juan now. Anyway, she brought up another point that says, we used to have loudspeaker sirens from the nuclear power plant when it was put in. Loudspeaker sirens that were tested on a monthly basis, and they stretched far and wide. One as far up as South Laguna, and I can't even tell you how far south because it was at Camp Pendleton and into the inland areas. And then they sent out iodine caplets to all the residents. And mind you, this was back when the hotels weren't in, it was open space, very few residents in comparison clearly to what we have today. So my question, or her question is, would that mean that we would be seeing those sirens all being installed again to alert the neighborhoods and the surrounding areas within a 10-mile radius of any, not just a fire, but any dangerous toxin leak or other concern for health and safety? Would we have those sirens again? And God knows what else in case of a probable emergency. And will you be sending out any iodine tablets? I don't think they work for all the different toxins that would be released through one of these catastrophic events that, like another caller said, not if, but when they happen. So anyway, that's her comments. I made the call for her. Thank you for accepting my call and her comments.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Riley Corey. Riley, I'm going to open your line. You'll need to unmute on your end, and then you can begin.
Hi, my name is Riley Corey. And I'm 8 years old, and it's spelled RILEYCOREY. And my school is right up at where they're gonna put the battery farm, and I don't want them to do that because I don't want my school in danger. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Riley. And next we're going to hear from Mary Ann. Mary Ann, I'm going to open your line. You'll just need to unmute on your end, and it is helpful if you could state and spell your name for our court reporter as well. Mary Ann, your line is open, but you'll need to unmute on your end. All right, Mary Ann, we're not getting an unmute on your end. I'll come back to you. Joseph K., I'm going to open your line. If you can please unmute on your end, you can begin.
Hi, thank you for taking the time. I'm a physician and local resident who lives a mere 3 miles from this proposed battery storage site. I have a family with 2 young children, and I'm concerned not only for their health and safety, but also for the health and safety of everyone who lives near this ill-advised project. Women, children, the elderly, the disabled who aren't able to mobilize quickly, those who suffer from respiratory conditions, those who are bedridden, and simply won't be able to evacuate in a timely manner in the event of a fire spewing toxic smoke. Please strongly consider how densely populated this area is, and please recognize that a mass evacuation process will surely result in many left in harm's way due to their limited mobility. In the acute setting, people will go to the hospital for life-threatening asthma and COPD exacerbations. People will be flooding local ERs and urgent care centers for skin and eye irritations and burns. People will be hospitalized for systemic poisoning as a result of exposure to dangerous gases like hydrogen fluoride and heavy metals like lithium, nickel, cobalt, which are found in battery components. In the chronic setting, people with pre-existing respiratory conditions will suffer a further deterioration of their respiratory status. New cases of lung diseases will emerge in previously healthy individuals. Permanent neurologic disorders from carbon monoxide and heavy metal.
Joseph, we've lost your audio if you want to move closer to back to the mic again. Joseph, we've lost your audio, so we couldn't hear the end of your comments. All right, I'm going to close your line and lower your hand. If you are able to adjust your settings, please raise your hand again. All right, next we're going to hear from Trey Thompson. Trey, I'm going to open your line. You'll just need to unmute on your end and then you can begin.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking this. My name is Trey Thompson. I've been a longtime resident of Laguna Niguel, and just want to say that I oppose this building of batteries near my home. It would affect my property value, but more importantly, it's going to affect my health if there's a disaster. And I can't believe that we're even having this conversation regarding this battery being built in such a populated area. So I hope that you guys will reconsider this and find another location. Thanks so much.
Thank you. All right, let's try Marianne again. Marianne, I'm going to try to open your line again, and then let's see if you can unmute on your end so you can begin your comment.
Okay, did I unmute it?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. I'm on my phone. I've never done this on a phone before. Okay, so I just wanted to say, since public comments are supposed to be open from 10 to 6 today, I think you should stay open for the people that are getting off work that want to make comments, because they're going to be misled thinking they can make comments after work if they get home before 6. I just think it's kind of premature to shut your meeting down. Is there any way, since you said 10 to 6, can you follow that guidance that you told everybody and all that? What do you think? Can you hear
Thanks,
me?
Mary. Yes, thank you, Marianne.
Okay. I still have some time left, right?
Yes, you can make comments.
Yeah, I just want to say that the shifting land there where it's moving, where this site is supposed to go, And I'm a registered nurse, and I agree with the physician that just spoke that there's going to be lots and lots of health problems. There was a Moss Landing incident of the best facility up there. Well, not best, but whatever they call it, the battery farm in Monterey County. It's called Moss Landing, and its fire started in January. They thought they put it out. Okay, it reignited in February. They thought they put it out. They still don't know what caused the fire. People are having to sell their homes, sell their businesses. They can't breathe. They can't, their voices are hoarse. I've seen them interviewed on the TV, the news coverage with that. And it's just devastated that area. So that's only 1,200 people that live there. And we have tens and hundreds of thousands of people that live around this area now in San Juan Capistrano, Laguna Niguel, Laguna Beach, San Clemente, Mission Viejo. Hundreds of thousands of people are going to be affected. Ruin the property values. It's such a nice place to live. It'll just ruin it indefinitely, if not forever. So please deny this project. Thank you. And keep it open till 6, please, for other people.
Thank you, Marianne. All right, we're going to try Joseph K again. I'm going to open your line. If we can get your audio to work again, we'd like to hear the rest of your comment if you could limit it to the time remaining.
Thank you so much. I don't know what happened, but I'll resume where I presume we got cut off. I mentioned in the acute settings, people will go to the hospital for life-threatening asthma and COPD exacerbations. People will be flooding local ERs and urgent care centers for skin and eye irritations. People will be hospitalized for systemic poisonings from the dangerous gases like hydrogen fluoride and heavy metals from lithium, cobalt, and nickel, which are known to be battery components. In the chronic setting, people with pre-existing respiratory conditions will suffer a further deterioration of their respiratory status. New cases of lung disease will emerge in previously healthy individuals. Permanent neurologic disorders from carbon monoxide and heavy metal exposures will not be a surprising outcome. Will there be a risk for death? No physician in their right mind will tell you no. This hillside is an inherent fire risk by itself. We've seen several fires there. It's also unstable land, not to mention that earthquakes can happen anytime and anywhere in California. We've been told that this new battery chemistry is safer than prior generations of lithium batteries, but no matter how safe the chemists and engineers make it, batteries will be at risk for igniting if a wildfire or land movement which damages the facility occurs. Facilities such as these must be constructed far away from people. Otherwise, we're just gambling with people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Next, we're going to hear from Becky Gelbert. Becky, I'm going to open your line. You'll just need to unmute on your end, and then you can begin. Becky, if you can unmute on your end, you can begin. If you're Zoom online, you'll click on the microphone symbol, and if you are on the phone, you'll press *6. All right, Becky, we're not getting an unmute on your end. I'm going to come back to you if you want to adjust your settings. All right, and next we're going to hear from Caroline Sullivan. Caroline, I'm going to open your line. You'll just need to unmute on your end, and then you can begin.
Yes, Caroline Sullivan. Do you want me to spell my name?
Yes, please.
It's Caroline, Sullivan, Sullivan.
Thank you, Caroline. You can begin.
Okay. I am very much opposed to the creation of a battery energy storage system in San Juan Capistrano. It is a very, very bad idea. Such a battery storage system possesses many risks. The most likely is the potential for such batteries to catch on fire and continue to burn for days before finally burning out, all the while emitting toxic chemicals into the air. I ask that the California Energy Commission do the right thing and reject the project application. Public safety and quality of life is at stake for the residents of San Juan Capistrano and Laguna Niguel.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Tony Rostron. Tony, I'm going to open your line. You'll just need to unmute on your end. You can begin. Tony, I'm showing you as unmuted on both ends, but we're not getting any audio from you. I'm going to try to see if we can try one more time for Becky and I'll come back. Oh, there we go. Yes, we can.
Sorry about that. Okay, my name is Tony Rostron. Surname is spelled R-O-S for silver, T-R-O-N. I live at 17 Daytona in Laguna Niguel, about a mile from the site. I'm not against safe energy storage per se, but I am vehemently against this dangerous technology in our community. Give us a safe alternative. That's all I say. I think the idea is great. I don't think this idea is great. Please deny the project. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I'd like to try Becky's line again. Becky Gelbert, I'm going to open your line and we're going to try one more time to see if we can get your audio through. You'll need to unmute and then you can begin. All right, Becky, we're not getting the unmute on your end, so we're not able to hear your comments. I can try again, but let's hear from Carmen Hearn next. Carmen, I'm going to open your line. You'll need to unmute on your end and then you can begin.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. Carmen Hearn, my last name is Hearn. I want to give a little bit of background. I actually lived in the Moss Landing, Prunedale area. So I'm very familiar with the project. The project, for background, was approved, I want to say, back in 2019, and was approved for, I believe it was either a 15 or a 20-year land lease or a relationship for PG&E and the battery companies, et cetera, to create this Moss Landing receiving site. And the fire that erupted this past, what was it, January, if you think about it, it didn't take long for things to go horribly wrong. Poor management, bad leadership, poor lack of knowledge, people not understanding battery composition and decomposition, and just overall impact to the environment. So when the fire broke out, and I have since moved, I don't live in the Prunedale area any longer. I actually live here in San Juan Capistrano, and can speak first-handedly what has happened to neighbors and friends who live in that area. I don't know who the physician was that spoke, but everything he spoke about is very real. People have moved out of the area, people who've been in that area for decades. Moss Landing is a very quaint area in the Monterey Peninsula in Northern California, and it's just horrible what has happened up there. It is known as the salad bowl area, so a lot of our produce comes from that area. And I would tell you that I couldn't guess what's happening too. The vegetation that comes, not only through California, but across the state. So my hope is that there would be a no vote on this. It's horribly impactful and it's negative, and we're asking people who have no background in it to become leaders of it.
Thank you, Carmen. All right. Becky, I saw you raise your hand again. I'm going to try one more time to see if we can get your line to unmute on your end. All right, we are not able to get unmuting on your end. Let's hear from Natalie next. Natalie, I'm going to open your line. If you can please unmute on your end, then you can begin.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Actually, I have James Bracken here, who I already spoke out about this on Monday, but I have my husband here, so he also wants to speak out about this.
So I listened to one of the previous public forums on this topic, and it was quoted that there was millions of dollars in tax revenue that was going to the city. And I haven't been able to identify the duration of what that period was, of where those tax revenues were coming from, or the actual figure that was quoted. So I'd appreciate if that could be displayed to the public. That's my comment.
Okay. Thank
Um,
you. Oh,
Can I continue my
yes,
comment as well?
yes.
Okay. Just to continue on that point, I think they said it was going to be property tax revenue to the city, but property tax doesn't go to the city, it goes to the county. So it's not really a local benefit, is it? Was one of my thoughts. And then just to finish my commentary that I started on, when was it, last week? The community that we live in is on Rancho Viejo Road across the freeway. A lot of people have spoken up about the other side of the freeway, which is, Laguna Niguel, but I'm in San Juan Capistrano and very close to this proposed site. All of the streets and the residential neighborhoods off of Rancho Viejo Road are dead end streets. So there is, we're 108 houses. Next door is the village, which is 600 or 700 houses. We have Stone Ridge over the hill, which is another 100 houses. There's all the population off of Avery. All of these neighborhoods have one way in and out. It's a dead end because there's a canyon on the other side. And we all have to drive towards this site if there is an evacuation, and everybody ends up on Rancho Viejo Road, which is not a big road. So, it's a real concern for me that this could happen. Lastly, I just wanted to say that it says in the on this fact sheet that I was given, that the local laws, the project's supposed to comply with applicable laws. But then it kind of says, if the project is required for public convenience and necessity, and there is not more prudent and feasible means of achieving public convenience and necessity, I'm sure there are other more prudent and feasible means of achieving this convenience. I just cannot believe that this is the best option to provide this kind of facility. We have hundreds of thousands of people in this neighborhood, and I am 100% opposed to this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Right, next we're going to hear from Shelley. Shelley, I'm going to open your line. You'll need to unmute on your end and then you can begin.
Hi, sorry. Last time I spoke, I failed to give you my last name for the record. It's first name Shelley, last name Saleh, S as Sam, A, L as Larry, E as Edward, H as Henry. In addition to everything that everyone has saying, I just want to say, going back to the human aspect of another neighbor that mentioned, and the physician. So I'm a young person with chronic cancer, something that cannot be cured. And I actually moved to Laguna Niguel. I left a very, very fast corporate lifestyle to move to South Orange County after a lot of research on how I can better my life for to have whatever that's left to be better and more healthy. So we found this place to be a place that we could basically settle for however much years I have left, and to feel that that could be taken away after I have invested so much to be here, it's really daunting. So on a personal level, besides everything else about the values and the insurance that I had mentioned before, this hits really home for me because it really impacts my health. And the fact of like thinking, coming here for a clean lifestyle and to be so close to toxicity is really dangerous and scary for me. So I just wanted to, as a person, put that on the record that I'm sure there's a lot of people that have health issues and are afraid of what this could mean for them too. So thank you for considering that.
Thank you. All right, I wanted to do another call for hands. If you're joining us on Zoom, you'll use the raise hand feature on your screen. And if you're joining by phone, you'll press *9. All right. I have a hand raised from Brian. Brian, I don't think we've heard from you yet, so I'm going to open your line. And you'll just need to unmute on your end and begin. And again, I'm just asking folks to please, if you have already commented, to lower your hand so I can call on the folks that we have not heard from yet. We want to hear from everyone once today, so that we can make sure we hear from everyone who wants to speak. Brian, your line is open and I believe you've unmuted, but we're not getting any audio from you. All right, I'm going to come back to you, Brian, if you want to adjust your settings. All right, I have Jessica with a hand raised. Jessica, I'm going to open your line. You'll need to unmute on your end and you can begin. If you're Zoom online, you'll use the microphone icon to unmute. You'll click on that. And if you're joining by a phone, you'll press *6. I'm going to open your line now, Jessica.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to vehemently oppose this project. I have 2 children. I live in Laguna Niguel, and one of my children attends school very close to where this site would be. And for all the reasons people have cited regarding safety, and general danger for wildfires. I have a sister who lost a home in Pasadena in January to the fires, and I also moved here, like the previous woman, from Georgia, actually, and the quietness of the area compared to where we were, and the general safety of this area compared to where we were, is why we made this trek cross country. And the fact that this site is being considered so close to community, I just cannot believe this has any real benefit other than financial benefit for those involved. And so for those reasons, I strongly do not want this in our area. Thanks. And my last name is Rose, by the way, like the flower.
All right, thank you. And next, we're going to hear from Angela M. Angela, if you have already made comments, I do ask for you reserve time for people who have not commented yet. I'm trusting everyone to only raise their hand if they have not commented yet so we can hear from everyone. I'm going to open your line now.
Hi, thank you. I did call earlier, but I had my husband take my turn since he was in between conference calls. My name is Angela Maroon, Angela, Maroon, Maroon, like the color. I have lived in Laguna Niguel for 29 years. Our house is on Flower Ridge Circle in Concord Hills neighborhood. My house is 4 houses from the trail, and is directly above the proposed site. The fact that we have to do this is insane, that it's gotten this far. I'm sad and I'm angry that this company feels it's okay to gamble with my life, my family's lives, and my neighbors' lives. The smoke and fire and toxins were in their direct path. As a recent cancer survivor, this is terrifying. We have already had several fires on the hillside that came very close to our street, and so close that I had to start evacuating my neighbor across the street. The winds, the dry season, every year I pray there's no fire. I pray that this doesn't go through. But I also want to say that I'm very grateful for all of those who are fighting for our neighborhood and for our city and for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we're going to hear from Julie Boyd. Julie, I'm going to open your line. You'll need to unmute on your end and then you can begin. Julie, we've unmuted your line on our end and you'll need to unmute on your end to begin your comments. All right, Julie, I'm going to come back to you in a moment to see if you can do some troubleshooting on your settings. Okay, next we're gonna hear from phone number ending in 139. I'm gonna open your line. You'll need to unmute on your end. For phone, you will press *6 to unmute.
Hello, my name is Brian Pike, and I'm a Laguna Niguel resident. I've been to community hearings, and everything that I've read and heard of the job at hand, the negatives far outweigh the positives. I strongly oppose this project. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have Julie Boyd. I'm gonna open your line. You'll need to unmute on your end and then you can begin.
Hello?
Hi, there is an echo on your end, so if you've got another device, you'll just need to mute that, and then you can begin.
My name is Donald Boyd, and I live. Can you shut that off, please? I live in Laguna Niguel. I live about 2,500 feet away from where this facility is going up. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Sorry, I had to get away from that other machine. So I was, oh, here we are. I was actually at the meeting for when we went to that community center in San Juan Capistrano, and I got up in front of the panel and I said a few things, and I was pretty nervous, and so this time I kind of wrote it down, and so if it sounds like it's being read, it probably is. So we've lived here in Laguna Niguel for 37 years. My wife currently has Parkinson's disease. We're both native Californians and have raised 3 children here in this house. My wife and I are both 75 years old. We live as the crow flies, like I said, around 2,500 feet away from this proposed lithium storage facility. And I remember 25 years ago or so coming out of Sacramento and in the newspapers concerning the electrical grid and how weak it is and how vulnerable electrical service would become because of the rapid growth and development in California. And since that time, sure, an occasional car would slam into an electrical box, resulting in a temporary loss of electricity. We managed, we had candles, we had concerned neighbors. It was manageable. Don't know what the big deal is now with these potentially dangerous lithium storage facilities planted within breathing distance of neighborhoods with young families who still have mortgages while raising children. Guaranteeing uninterrupted service. Well, that's nice and all, but at what cost and to who? I think we both realize how uninvolved the general public can become during such debates. In our neighborhood on Trussell's, I have only seen one other neighbor get involved in this fight. And I know that if I went door to door throughout my tract, that I would find at least 50% of my neighbors would agree with that the CEC needs to find another site and maybe more. We beg you, in the name of community, to find a more people-friendly and environmental-friendly location for this facility. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we're going to hear from John Wright. I'm going to open your line, John. You'll need to unmute on your end and then you can begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is John Wright. I've lived in Laguna Niguel for many, many years, and I just wanted to, I don't have a quick minute, but I really oppose this project for multiple reasons, for safety and for, what's happened up north, and just, I just can't believe that they're thinking about going through with this project. So I just want to voice my concern today.
Thank you for your comments. And next we're going to hear from R. Argar. I'm going to open your line. You'll just need to unmute on your end, and it is helpful if you can state and spell your name for our reporter as well.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, it's Robert, and the last name is Bargar. Fairly recent resident of Laguna Niguel. My wife and I moved here 5 years ago to escape the winters we had long endured in Massachusetts and consider this our final residence, hopefully for the remainder of our lives. I'm a physician. I'm board certified in preventive medicine, so I have a certain perspective on things like this. And given everything that I've come to learn about this project, it sounds to me as though it's an unsustainable risk that anyone who is concerned about their health and well-being in this area should be extremely concerned about. Everything that I've heard indicates that in the event of a fire, which is not an unlikely outcome, the consequences are likely to be quite disastrous for the environment and for any living being in the proximity, given that this type of installation does not respond well to water in terms of trying to extinguish the fire. So it's likely a fire is likely to result in a long-term environmental disaster. So while I'm a believer in alternate energy, and in fact installed solar panels about a year ago, in spite of the fact that the best financial remuneration for that had elapsed, I believe that this particular site is ill-suited for this project, and that it would be extremely wise for both the company sponsoring it and for those regulating it, make sure that it finds another better, safer location. Thank you, and I appreciate what you're doing to try and make this area safe and have the energy it needs going forward.
Thank you. And next, we're going to hear from Jim Bracken, and then we are going to take a break. This will allow us to reconvene later for folks that were planning to attend during the end of the time on the notice and accommodate that. So Jim, I'm going to open your line. You'll just need to unmute on your end, and then you can begin. Jim, so we've opened your line, and on your end, you're going to unmute. If you're online, you'll click on that microphone icon, and if you're joining by phone, you'll press *6. All right, Jim, we're not getting an unmute on your end. So what we'd like to do now is we're going to take a break until 5 p.m. and we'll put up a break slide momentarily. And then at that time, we will reconvene and hear any further raised hands. Right now, there's no new commenters with raised hands. So we're going to take that break, and then we will reconvene and hear from any raised hands at that time. So 5 p.m. If we could get a break slide up, thank you so much. And we will be with you shortly. Thank you so much.
Recording stopped. Hello, everybody. We'll get started here shortly.
Recording in progress.
Thank you, everyone, for taking the time to participate in the continuation of public comment for the proposed Compass Energy Storage Project. I'm Dorothy from the Office of the Public Advisor, Energy Equity and Tribal Affairs. We'll be continuing from where we left off with public comment. A few reminders. Before that, commenters will have 2 minutes to give their comments. To let us know you'd like to make a comment, use a raise hand feature. If you're calling in, dial *9 to indicate you'd like to make a comment and *6 to unmute on your end once called upon. To ensure everyone has an opportunity to speak, if you have made your comments, please lower your hand and allow those that have not had that opportunity to give their comments. Once called on, please state your name and affiliation, if any, for public record. Thank you. And we'll start with Amy Luna Capel. And apologies if I've misstated your name. Amy, your line is unmuted.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. My last name is spelled Capelli, Capelle. And I am calling just to say that, tonight I'm not here as an opponent of progress, but really to talk about how we all have been talking as guardians of our community, our safety, and our environment, and to just voice our strong opposition to the proposed Compass battery energy storage system here again in San Juan Capistrano. I just want to be clear that this is not a NIMBY, not in my backyard issue. And I've heard now from several people just talking around town who don't understand kind of the severity of the impact this project would have on us, that people are thinking that we're being NIMBYs, but that dismissive label attempts to silence our legitimate concerns by painting residents as selfish or obstructionists. We understand the critical need for renewable energy and modernizing our grid, and our community supports sustainable solutions. But our opposition to this specific project stems from deeply rooted evidence-based concerns and not a blanket rejection of energy infrastructure. I think part of our frustration stems from how projects like this are being pushed through. You've heard already from lots of people about the dangers, but I also think that we need to acknowledge the original intent of legislation like Senate Bill 350, which led to this project being brought before the commission rather than being decided at a local level. I know that initially it was to try and make sure that we were able to meet our goals for sustainable energy. But what ends up happening and what ended up happening here in this case is that communities are finding ourselves with diminished power to shape the future of our neighborhoods. And we deserve a voice in what happens in our neighborhoods. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Next, we'll go to Michael Q. Michael, your line is unmuted. Michael, you may have to unmute on your end. Okay. Well, we'll come back to you, Michael. We'll move to Jim Bracken. And apologies, Jim, if I've misstated your name. You're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, you can.
Good. I've lived in Orange County for over 30 years, and we've all seen considerable growth here. Prior to living in, I currently live in San Juan Capistrano. Prior to living here, I lived in Ladera Ranch, and though not an electrical storage facility, we were proposed to have a gas turbine generator put in that facility. That was fortunately blocked by the residents of that area, and at the time we were threatened with blackouts and brownouts if it didn't go forward. We haven't seen that to date, and that facility was never put forward. And I suspect the same is true with what's being proposed here. We're being led to believe that we'll have brownouts and blackouts, and I strongly do not suspect that to be the case. I strongly oppose this. I think it's a very dangerous environment to put a fire risk installation in such close proximity to an awful lot of houses. I would prefer to have brownouts than to have this dangerous facility in our vicinity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jim. We'll move on to Dana Butler. Dana, your line is unmuted. Apologies if I misstated your name.
No, thank you so much for taking my call. You know, I'm really fascinated that this can be bypassed because in terms of local approval, because when you look at the numbers that affect this the community, there are more than 441,000 people in a 5-mile radius of where this is proposed to be. The city of Laguna Niguel, private homes in San Juan Capistrano, right on Camino Capistrano, and downtown San Juan Capistrano, the historic site of the Mission San Juan Capistrano, a senior affordable housing project with 75 units, J. Sarah Catholic School with 100 students, or excuse me, 1,000 students and faculty and staff, Fairmont Schools with 360 students, the Shea Center with 1,100 weekly visitors, 35 horses, and we have over 700 horses within the 5-mile radius of this, the 1-mile radius, excuse me, of this proposed site. You know, there are evacuation challenges that are staggering, absolutely staggering, because it's not if, it's when this facility will catch fire. And the problems are going to be not just with the environmental damage, not just with the thousands of lives that will be at risk because they won't be able to escape. But, you know, the first responders, I spent Saturday evening with firefighters, and they talked to me about how devastating lithium fires are. And one fireman with full breathing apparatus was disabled for life because of exposure to a lithium fire. And it went in through his skin. The gases permeated through his skin. He was disabled for life at 46 years old. We don't need this in this highly populous area with more than 1.2 million people in a 20-mile radius of this plant. Heavy metals, gases, fires, it's just an epic thing we can prevent. And we encourage and implore you that you do not move this project forward. It is a dire threat to our community, and you are the people who can help us stop that. Thank you very much for taking my comments.
Thank you, Dana. We'll move on to John Kinney. John, your line is unmuted. You may need to unmute on your end, John.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you, John.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. John Kinney, Kinney. Thank you for taking my call. I appreciate everybody's participation all day long. This has been a long affair, as was last Thursday. Unfortunately, I've had some doctor appointments, both interrupting both. Anyways, I agree with everybody that has commented to this point. This is just simply the wrong location. I'm a resident of Laguna Niguel, and I know the area well. It is very too close to not only the creek that has moved over the last 20 years, 50 feet towards where this proposed location should be. And I believe that the mayor of Laguna Niguel and the mayor and staff of San Juan Capistrano started off Thursday's comments absolutely on point. The applicant has misled, and I don't want to use the L word. They just misconstrued their applicant. Their application has many falses in it. And I believe that should have raised the flags for the CES to deny this application, this proposal, this land, this location. I'm not opposed to having a different location. I have a solar panel, well, more on my roof, but I do not have a battery because I'm connected to a neighbor. And I don't want my neighbor to be impacted by a potential battery malfunction in my garage. Thank you very much. I appreciate everybody's time and concentration. Thank you.
Thank you, John. We'll move on to Betsy. The name listed here is Betsy's iPhone. Betsy, your line is unmuted. You may begin your comment. Once again, calling for the individual named Betsy.
Yeah. And then what about Rhett? Hi, my name is Elizabeth Willie. Sorry, I'm walking back to my car. Hang on. Can you?
We can come back to you if that would be better.
I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Okay, my name is Elizabeth Willie. I'm a homeowner in Laguna Niguel. And we bought the house in 2011. It was our dream. Like we had saved, we lived with my mom and dad for 6 years to buy that house, and sacrifices were made. And I know I'm just one story of thousands of people who own homes, but literally where this planned facility is going in is 1,000 yards from where that property exists. I'm already having a hard time getting insurance on that house because insurers don't want to pay fire insurance and earthquake insurance. And this is not just me, this is across the state. We're seeing like companies drop coverage. And if that thing were to catch fire, the effects would be devastating, not just for my home and for my family, but like so many other people have spoken about in the entire area. There are schools, there's a home for the elderly, there are horses, animals. My children play on that hillside, they ride their bikes. During the pandemic, they spent days on that hillside building jumps. If that thing were to go up, it's a tinderbox. The whole neighborhood would be at a complete loss. We just saw those devastating fires in Altadena and in the Palisades area. This would be thousands of times worse given the toxicity that lithium batteries let out. I don't think I need to speak to the dangers of it. I am absolutely flabbergasted that it's even being considered that such dangerous chemicals could be stored in such close proximity to where residential, neighborhoods and schools and all the other things exist. So I am vehemently opposed to this. I really hope that it will not get approval because I just don't understand how it possibly could. It's dangerous. And there are so many other open spaces in the state that don't have people in the immediate vicinity where it could be housed. So that's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Elizabeth. We'll go back to Michael Q. Michael Q, your line is unmuted. You may begin your comment. Michael, once again, your line is unmuted. You may begin your comment. Well, we'll come back to you once again, Michael. Next, we have Nathan Bracken. Apologies if I've misstated your name. Nathan, your line is unmuted. You may begin your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thanks. My name's Nathan Bracken. I just wanted to call in and say that I oppose this project, and mainly because I feel that this is not the most prudent location to have a facility to power our grid. The San Diego, I had a look at the population heat maps for where there are clusters of people living, and sort of compared that to how um, the the San Diego gas and electric grid functions, where our area is charged from, and I just see that this is such a highly dense, a high density population area, and so I feel that putting a battery facility in this highly dense area is a high risk. And in between here and San Onofre and Carlsbad, just south of San Clemente, there's a lot of open land, and I feel that that would be a much safer option, and it still charge the grid that we use. And going off of this idea that's being shared from people here, people lost their insurance in the Palisades fire just recently. So the summer before the Palisades fire, insurance companies removed home insurance for people in that area, and they don't have a battery facility. And I feel that this would give insurance companies a significant reason to remove insurance from people in living in this area. And I think that's that is some damage done for the implementation of this facility as a potential direct response from that, regardless of if a fire happens or not. I mean, if so, yeah, we have an area and we have land that can be used to support this facility that's not in San Juan, and it still charges this grid. So, thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Next, we'll go to David Salahi. David, your line is unmuted. You may begin your comment.
Hi, my name is David Salahi. I'm a 25-year homeowner of the city of Laguna Niguel. I'm opposed to the proposed battery energy storage system at this location. I'm not opposed to battery storage systems in general, but this site is less than 1,500 feet from neighborhoods. There are significant wildfire and other risks at this site. Lithium iron phosphate batteries are prone to overheating and difficult to extinguish. The site's proximity to natural vegetation and steep terrain increases fire risks, with 23 wildfires reported in the area over the past decade. Additionally, I'm concerned about toxic gas emissions from battery fires, potential contamination of soil and water sources, and adverse impacts on public health, first responders, and the local ecosystem. I urge the California Energy Commission to reject the project, prioritizing public safety and community well-being over potential benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next, we'll move on to David J. Dahlquist. Apologies if I misstated your name. David, your line is unmuted. You may begin your comment. Once again, calling for David J. Dahlquist. Last name spelled Dahlquist.
Hello. You hear me now?
Yes, you can.
Okay, yeah. My name is David Dahlquist, and I'm a member of the community. We own a townhouse in the village across from the facility and across from the freeway. And I have concerns of the particular location. I'm not a NIMBY. I'm not one of those people that are anti a leadite. It's just that this particular location is highly questionable because of its location and proximity to many things that will affect not only our community, but California in general. A lot of things have been brought up already that I will not have to go through, but one is impact of transportation. No one's really brought that up. When there's an incident, there will be a quarantine and a closed down area. Now, this happened at the Moss Landing incident. Now, technology in Moss Landing is older in some cases. In others, it's exact same technology, the Tesla. What would happen in these situations, and what do happen in these situations, is they would close down the 5 freeway. They would also close down the railroad, which is in close proximity to the facility. This would block all Colmars going to Southern California, San Diego, and San Diego to other parts of California. It would block emergency apparatus. It would block evacuation. So that alone is a very questionable idea for putting that in that location. Also, it's close, and if winds change, it will affect the major hospital in the area. And it would probably have to be evacuated too.
Thank you for your comments, David.
You're welcome.
Next, we have Miriam Tarzi. Your line is unmuted. You may begin your comments, Miriam.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Hi, my name is Miriam, and I live in the neighboring city of Laguna Niguel for over 30 years. I'm here to express strong opposition to the battery energy project. Obviously, not because we oppose clean energy. We all want clean energy, but because this project poses serious risks to the public environment. The city council lawmakers have unanimously denied this rezoning, but Compass bypassed all that and went through the AB 205. However, objections are obviously number one, the dangerous location. The proposed facility is just 1,500 feet from homes, across from high school, college, businesses, next to trains, sits on the I-5 freeway, a major emergency route, and only access to Camp Pendleton, San Diego, and northern cities. It's a high-density area with limited access for first responders. Second, frequent and serious fire risks. Best facilities have documented fire history, over 140 global fire incidents, and in recent years, over 23 incidents in the US alone. This is from the Electric Power Research Institute. Meanwhile, cities like Laguna Niguel just recently canceled fireworks due to fire dangers, and yet we're being asked to accept industrial lithium-ion facilities across the freeway and residents. The environment, these fires don't just burn, they release toxic gases, threaten nearby businesses and homes, contamination, also the insurance property value, and lawsuits. Fire owners near best sites face higher insurance premiums, lower property values, and if there are fires, there'll be a slew of lawsuits for fires destroying homes. There's a widespread bipartisan rejection of this, and we need to adhere to that. Also, lawmakers are working on AB 303, CB 283, which are limiting, rejecting CEC approval of projects and making sure that it meets safety standards. The city and the AB 205, we need to just rest right now to see what happens to AB 303 and SB 283 before we make any judgments or any passings of any laws.
Thank you, Miriam. Next, we have Michael Velarde. Apologies if I've misstated your name. Your line is unmuted. You may begin your comment. That's Michael Velarde, Velarde.
That's correct. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Michael Velarde. I was raised in Laguna Niguel. I'm currently raising my children in Laguna Niguel. I have a sense of history of this place. I think about the Ika Shaman people that lived here in the very area where this plan is proposed. Excuse me. I think about the San Juan Creek that drains directly to the ocean. We should continue to be the custodians of this area for future generations. I'm reminded about the San Onofre power plant creating problems that are larger than the issues they're intended to solve. Therefore, I strongly oppose the plant. I think that we have to be willing to accept brownouts if that's the alternative to this kind of environmental risk in, in such a densely populated area by schools and homes. So that's my thought. And thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments, Michael. Next, we have Katie Gargano. Apologies if I misstated your name. Katie, your line is unmuted. You may begin your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Hi, this is Katie Gargano. And lithium batteries pose potential safety hazards, such as fire and explosion risks, if improperly installed or damaged. Incidents involving lithium battery fires, though rare, have raised community safety concerns. Although rare, it doesn't mean that they won't happen. Manufacturing and disposal of lithium batteries can have environmental implications, including resource depletion and pollution, and residents are concerned about the long-term environmental footprint. While lithium energy storage offers advantages like renewable energy integration and energy independence, the community emphasizes cautious implementation and thorough safety measures and ongoing discussions. But I do also advocate for a ban on lithium energy storage in our neighborhoods, and especially close to freeways, close to schools, close to businesses, and everything else. So thank you. I appreciate you listening. I do advocate for a ban on this.
Thank you for your comments, Katie. Next, we have Samantha. Samantha, your line is unmuted. You may begin your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Hi, I'm a newer resident to Laguna Niguel. I live in the apartments over by Crown Valley, IMT, and the Apex area. It's still pretty close to the proposed battery plant. I just wanted to say I strongly oppose this as well. I think everyone else has really good points that I would like to second. I don't understand why it's even being considered in this area, considered how it's such a dangerous fire area. The people have already mentioned the Monterey plant that's had catastrophic consequences as well to the people who live there and the environment there. Toxic gas and heavy metals are my major concern. This would affect such a large amount of people in this area, and not to mention the wildlife and the creek that runs off right into the ocean. I just think that is such a preventable disaster, to be honest. Transportation out of the area, I'm also heavily concerned about. I don't feel like there would be any kind of plan or organized response. It's just a really bad area to have that kind of thing happen. Also, the risk that it poses to starting like wildfires. Again, my family was in the Laguna Beach wildfires, and the fires can travel so fast. I just can't imagine a lithium battery fire and what that would do to our surrounding neighborhood. Also, if Santa Ana winds were at play, that's also extremely dangerous to be. So I agreed with the former person speaking. I think we need to be the custodians for future generations for this area, so I'm strongly opposed.
Thank you, Samantha. So once again, just a quick reminder on comments. So if you'd like to make a comment, use the raise hand feature. Once your line is opened, you'll see the microphone pop up. You will need to unmute on your end. So now I see, I'll continue to call on individuals. I see someone with the title iPhone 4. So you may need to, once you see your phone, a microphone will appear and you'll need to unmute on your end. Apologies, we do not have a name with that. So someone with an iPhone as the title of their device. So we'll come back to you. Next, we'll move on and go to Carl Hess. Carl, your line is unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Okay, great. Interestingly enough, I have mine's an iPhone 4 as its title as well. Anyway, I am a resident of Laguna Niguel. I live in the community of El Niguel Heights. I am the president of the Homeowners Association Board of Directors. And I guess I would start by saying that we are opposed to the project. But furthermore, for the recent years, we have been working with the Orange County Fire Authority, closely and, trying to comply with their directives and some of their mandates, which are increasingly becoming proactive, including requiring fire inspections for resale properties before allowing escrow to close in high-risk areas. The other thing they did, and this may be already covered on the course of the day, but they redid the map for fire safety in Orange County and rezoned several areas according to fire risk. Now, I saw on the website where they were talking about fire history, but the OCFA does not care about fire history. They care about fire hazard and risk. So they come in very high, moderate, and low risk areas. This proposed site is actually in a high-risk area, according to the Orange County Fire Authority. I guess I would be interested to hear if the OCFA has weighed in and what their position on this project is, and if we've been working, hard to decrease fire risk and increase fire safety, and to put a project in that would increase fire hazard and increased fire risk in a high-risk area would be not only irresponsible, but unconscionable. And that's all.
Thank you, Carl.
Thank you.
Next, we have JM iPhone. JM, your line is unmuted.
Yes, hi, Dorothy. Thank you. Yes, my name is Jonathan Mayer. My family and I moved to Laguna Niguel in 2018. I have a couple kids in high school, and my wife and I plan on staying in this home and retiring here. We're 2.5 miles from the proposed site, and it frankly, like most other people have said, doesn't make any sense at all. We are surrounded by vegetation and wildlife and homes and schools and businesses and the freeways. Mission Hospital is somewhat nearby. And, the creek that flows into the ocean, it just simply does not make any sense at all. I don't think it's a matter of if, but when something goes wrong. This could be kind of an extremist mindset, but it seems like this is now could be quite a target for some sort of act of violence or even a terrorist attack, given the damage that would be released upon the community. And like I said, it doesn't make any sense at all, except to the people that stand to financially gain from it. And I think it's just shameful and disgusting. That's all I have today. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Reem Misto. Apologies if I've misstated your name. Reem, your line is unmuted.
Yes, thank you. I agree with everyone. I am definitely opposing to it. I have lived in Laguna Niguel since '94, raised my 2 boys here, and it just absolutely does not make sense to have that facility. And again, I agree with everyone, what they said, fire hazard, and why this location? So that's what I want to say.
Thank you, Reem. We'll move on to Hillary Nicole. Hillary, your line is unmuted. You may begin your comment.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes, you can.
Excellent. Thank you for your time. I have been following this project along with others, and I just wanted to echo that this is a very bad location for the project, given its proximity to such high density residency and fire outbreak corridors, given the limited transportation options along that corridor, and it's bounded by the railroad tracks, which often have petroleum gas moving up and down it as well, which is a different level of risk. And CA needs to limit the amount of fire risk it incurs, not accelerate it. And I strongly encourage the commission to reject the use of this site for this proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Hillary. Next, we'll move on to Donnie's iPhone. Oh, Donnie, your line is unmuted.
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, so I strongly oppose the proposed plan for this site for all the reasons that have been mentioned, prior to me speaking here. You've got a regional level 1 trauma center, less than a mile away. So that's just common sense. You have, and this place is right in the center of a tinderbox. So just those two factors alone, you shut down that trauma center, and then you have a Palisades fire here. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. So I strongly oppose this site. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We'll move on to the individual listed as LW. Once again, the name is LW. Your line is unmuted.
Dorothy,
Yes, hello.
click your heels 3 times because there's no place like home. I'm all about battery storage, but not in this zone. My hand is raised, but it's not in compliance. My voice is here, and it speaks in defiance. When the men in gray suits sit down for a listen, I hope they hear every word I say, and this project doesn't come to fruition. Here in South OC, where the sunsets glow, we need more energy to make the rat race go. Shipping containers stack like a Lego set, but don't forget Otay Mesa's lithium threat. It burned for 2 weeks. And what about Moss Landing? Add Santa Ana winds, and nothing will be standing. Compass is smiling with a corporate grin, but the watchmen on the hill are not giving in. If CEC wants to push rezoning away, why not put it to a vote and see what residents have to say? Imagine a fire in the night without warning, kids crying in pajamas, houses gone by morning. One-way streets, no room for escape. We've seen this before, and the result devastates. The energy could be clean, but the risks stack high. A house of cards built on profit without addressing why. There's not much in the news, not much in the press, very little information, and I doubt it's what's best. There's plenty of land in Irvine and Pendleton. Why not build there? They probably said no because they are scared. I believe in solar and wind, smart energy plans, not risking towns and lives with corporate scams. We need energy, we need storage, but the 3 little bears don't like this porridge. The site is too hot, it's just not right. If the rest are too cold, that's more than all right. I'm not anti-green, just pro-community, truth and unity, without compromise or immunity. San Juan Capistrano and Laguna Niguel, we stand without fear. Spread the word now and make your voices clear. Thank you for the time. I hope you appreciate the rhyme. It's time for LW to head home. Next time I'll be there with a megaphone. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Hope that made you smile, Dorothy. Truth.
Thank you, LW. Next, we'll go on to Carl and Amy David. Carl and Amy, your line is unmuted.
Hi, this is
Hi.
Amy David. I would like to say that I spoke with the president from Saddleback College earlier today. We went over there to protest on the property. And he said that the original contract that was signed on behalf of the SOCCD had different language in it that included the community engagement. They had them revise all of it. And I'll be happy to submit the tape because he gave us permission for the record. They had them revise it so that to pull out community engagement. So if they pulled out community engagement and revised this grant, then the CEC had asked for community engagement. So would that cause the application to not be complete? So I would ask that you review and ask the SOCCD for the 2 copies or the revised contracts so that you can see the changes and specifically why did they pull it out? He said they pulled out all that language because they did not want to take a position on this issue. I said, so you just wanted to take the money? You didn't want to give a position? He said, well, the CEC will do the right thing. I said, that was a bit of a gamble, I would think. But if he doesn't believe, as the president of Saddleback College, that this is community engagement, then I'd have to take it from the source that that bit of requirement was not met. That's my biggest concern. So I would ask that you kindly look into that, and I will do my best to submit the tape recording of our protest this morning, of which he gave permission and stated it in front of all of us. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you for your comments, Amy. Next, we'll move on to, we'll come back to the individual that was listed as iPhone. So once again, your line is unmuted. If you have an iPhone and your line has been unmuted, you'll notice a microphone come up. Please unmute on your end. We'll give that one moment before we proceed. All right, we will come back to you. We'll move on to PCM. The individual listed as PCM. Your line is unmuted. You may begin your comment. Once again, calling for the individual listed as PCM. You may need to unmute on your end. We will come back to you, PCM. We'll move on to France, and that is FRANS. France, your line is unmuted. You may begin your comment, and you may need to unmute on your end.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Frans Erkelens. I'm a resident of Laguna Niguel. I'm opposed to this battery plant for many reasons. Just to name a few, it's close to a trauma center, close to a school, to a railway station, entrance to the community. It has many fire hazards. Really listening to a lot of the comments and, you know, in alignment with all the opposition, and fully agree with, you know, the prior comments as well, that should be, you know, the community should be fully engaged, and comments should be heard, and I like something like this to be voted on. So yeah, thank you for hearing my comments. Much appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Franz. So we will move on to Karen Harris. Karen, your line is unmuted.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
My name is Karen Harris, Karen Harris, Harris. I'm a neighboring resident of Dana Point. I'm a risk manager for a transit agency. I object to the building of this facility because of its extremely poor location. Understanding the risks this type of facility has for thermal runaway events, I'm having trouble, frankly, understanding how this location could have ever even been considered for a plant like this. The market for insurance Property insurance in California right now is extremely volatile, especially with all the recent fires, double digit and in some cases triple digit premium increases and policy cancellations are becoming the norm. It's difficult for people to do business and to live and do business in California with this kind of a market. This is especially problematic in areas with higher risks to fire. To allow a plant like this to be built alongside a canyon and in near residential businesses would be extremely irresponsible and would likely result, even if a thermal runaway event never took place, in residents and businesses having to leave the area because of the increase in their insurance premiums. Secondly, the extremely close proximity to the railroad tracks presents unique risks, especially since freight trains routinely transport hazardous materials. Having two major ignition sources that come so close together would be a terrorist's dream. Thank you for hearing my comments, and I object to this project moving forward.
Thank you for your comments, Karen. Next, we will go to J. Rower Dink. And apologies if I've misstated your name. Please state your name for the record.
Jay Rowerdink.
Thank you, Jay. You may begin your comment.
Thank you for the time. I just wanted to reiterate from the previous person's comments. My wife and I have lived in the area for 10 years, and I'm in the mortgage industry, and the lady was 100% correct in that the premiums on homeowners' policies for fire insurance will be almost unobtainable if this is put in place because of the risk involved with the potential fire hazard and devastation to the community. So whoever was able to railroad this through, we should have a conversation with that committee. I totally oppose this, and many of my clients are part of the Orange County Fire Authority and other fire departments in the area, and this is something that saddens me that we're even having this conversation at a time like this with fire insurance and homeowners policy and everything else being already doubled and tripled, along with the fact that try to get a loan from a lender when they find out that your home is near this type of facility. So myself and my wife, Sean, oppose this, and I appreciate you guys having this forum, and hopefully we can continue to support each other through this disastrous proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment, Jay.
Mm-hmm.
So before we move on to our last commenter, just going to make a last call for comments. So once again, if you're calling in, dial *9 to indicate that you'd like to make a comment, and *6 to unmute on your end once called. For individuals who are on Zoom, use a raise hand feature. Looks like an open palm. So we'll go to PCM, individual listed as PCM.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Hi, my name is Presley Millen, and I'm a homeowner in San Juan Capistrano, and I am calling in to, just like everyone else, express my strong opposition to this build. I think we're all just shocked this location was ever a possibility, and I just want to point out that the only people that this site benefits is the company saving money on connecting to the grid. In every other way, it's the worst possible location. I'm hoping that all of this unanimous opposition from the community, our local elected officials, our state representatives, even people from San Diego representatives, the fire department, everybody that lives here and knows about this or is involved in the safety is opposed. And I hope that you're just going through this process as a formality, but you've already decided that this is a bad idea. And yeah, that's about it. I'm hoping that the commission is there to make decisions that benefit the community, not the companies. And I hope they ponder that when they're thinking about this. Also, I have a couple questions. I know you can't answer them, but maybe I'll just put it in the ether. I have yet to find out what Amtrak has to say about any of this. It seems like a problem there would be affecting like our national infrastructure at that point with the railroad and the freeway. And I'm also wondering where the Coastal Commission is, because everyone around here knows how diligent they are and thorough in preventing the littlest thing contaminating the creek, but I don't know why I'm not seeing them speak out about this. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Bill. Bill, you're listed as Bill's iPad. You'll probably need to unmute on your end. Look for the microphone on your device.
Okay, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, I just wanted to voice my opinion. I just found out about this through my local church, and I am totally against it also because of a safety factor. I just believe there's too many people in the area, the railroad train that goes by there, freeway, and it just would create a disaster if that plant would catch fire or anything. It's just an unsafe thing. So I just want to give my opinion, and I'm against it. And hopefully you guys make the right decision and reject this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. We'll move on to Sarah Webb. Sarah, your line is unmuted. You may begin your comment. Sarah, I'm showing you as unmuted. You may need to adjust your device.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm calling with a strong objection to the site that is being discussed, and second all the comments that everybody has brought up. My husband and I have lived in the Laguna Niguel area for nearly 40 years, and letting this facility get built on our doorstep would be devastating for multiple reasons that everybody has mentioned. And I just want to add my name to the list to say I am strongly opposed to it and appreciate the efforts of all the volunteers in putting this all together. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Move on to Sarah Mehta. Apologies if I misstated your name. Sarah, you may begin your comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Okay, great. Yeah, I just wanted to state that I did make a very, very brief comment at the very beginning of this meeting at 10 a.m. when it started, but we just got some updated information actually from Lisa Bartlett, one of the SOCCD Board of Directors members. And we just wanted to let you know, we had reached out to her in regards to this project because as one of our other community members stated earlier, there was a really big concern with the South Orange County Community College District receiving a community benefit for this application. And we reached out to Lisa Bartlett for her comment, and she responded back to us in writing, and I have it right here. She said, "We were assured by staff that the grant approval was in no way connected to supporting the battery project in SJC. I have never supported the battery project in the San Juan Capistrano location because it is a terrible location, too close to homes, and on or near a large hillside, which poses access issues in the event of a fire. That being said, there should not be any project or structure built near homes or a hillside that could catch fire and endanger residents and homes to the public at large. Let's see what we can do and ensure that the CEC does not approve this project location for the battery storage project. Regards, Lisa Bartlett." So that is an official statement that we will be submitting to the docket line. But I also wanted to confirm too that we did meet with the president of Saddleback College, and he informed us that when NG originally reached out asking if they would endorse a community benefit, the college said, no, we're not comfortable taking a community benefit from NG. And so they had the grant rewritten to remove all legal language in connection with a community benefit so that this was solely an independent grant received from NG. So in effect, This application actually has not met the community benefit requirements because Saddleback College themselves refused to receive a community benefit from NG. So I think that's important to add to the record, and it needs to be looked at by the California Energy Commission. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Once again, to ensure everyone has an opportunity to speak, if you've made your comments today, please lower your hand and allow those that have not had an opportunity to give their comments. We'll move on to Sarah Davis. Sarah, your line is unmuted. You may begin your comment. Once again, call for Sarah Davis. Sarah, we'll come back to you. We'll go to Aaron.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Yeah, for the record, my name is Aaron, Aaron Davis, Davis. As a professional firefighter and a resident of Laguna Niguel, as well as a father, I firmly stand opposed to the proposed lithium-ion battery storage system proposed to go in just down the hill from us. While I understand the need for renewable energy solutions, the risk poses by this facility are just far too great to ignore. Lithium-ion batteries are highly volatile. They can experience thermal runaway, leading to uncontrollable fires that release toxic gases into the environment as well as people if nearby. These fires are not only difficult to extinguish, but also pose a significant health risk to nearby residents, especially our children and elderly. As someone trained to respond to these emergencies, I know firsthand how devastating these incidents can be. As a resident, I'm concerned about the impact on property values and added strain on our local infrastructure, as well as possibly being denied insurance for our home. As a father, I worry about the long-term health safety of our children growing up near a facility that could become so hazardous. Our city should prioritize, as well as the commission should prioritize, the proven technologies that align with the well-being of our residents. I urge you to reject this proposal and explore alternatives that don't compromise safety of our families and the integrity of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Next, we'll move on to David Group. David, you're...
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, this is Carl David. And I am the one that spoke earlier briefly about the SOCCD, and what Sarah was just talking about is very important. But my comment really is fairly swift. You've heard all of the comments of all the community, all of the things about fire, all the things about terrorism, all of the things about transportation. And in summary, it just makes absolutely no sense why this continues. But really, if I really want to pose a question that we might put on the docket is, if the NG fraudulently produced an application for you, what is your recourse? And can you quickly review their application and terminate this whole process to save all the taxpayer money and all of the angst and everything that's going on in our communities? Because this needs to end. This just has to stop now. And I thank you for giving me that extra little bit of time.
Thank you, David. We'll go back to Sarah Davis. That's Sarah Davis. Your line is unmuted. Sarah, you may need to unmute on your end. That's Sarah Davis. All right, we'll come back to you, Sarah. We'll go to Carl and Amy, David. I believe your line is unmuted. All right, going back to Sarah Davis. All right, Sarah, you may need to input your information, or not your information, pardon me. You may need to input your comments as a regular comment if you're unable to come through. Oh, I see. Sarah Davis?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Gosh, I'm so sorry. My privacy settings. Yes, my name is Sarah Davis. I have been a resident of Laguna Niguel since 2013. I love this community. It's very dear to my heart. I'm also a fire wife, and I live right up the hill with my two kids. And I passionately and strongly oppose this project. I think it is way too big of a public safety risk. And I can't even believe that that site is even a topic of conversation given the fire risk. And I will leave it at that. I strongly oppose this project.
Thank you, Sarah.
Your
We'll go to
insurance. Why would you?
Mary Kumas. Lubarsky. Apologies if I've misstated your name. Mary Lubarsky.
Hello.
Hello.
You can hear me.
Yes.
I am Mary Lubarsky, and I am calling about my opposition to the lithium battery plant. And it's very concerning because it's close to our home. It's close to schools. It's close to the freeway. It's close to the train line. And it's an amazing amount of batteries, which could catch fire easily and stay burning for a long time. There has been no discussion about increasing our infrastructure to protect us from that type of a fire. And many of the things that are a problem are that there are toxic fumes that are going to affect a lot of people, not just people that are very close, people in a large general area, including schools, churches, and many, many, many homes. This location is in a residential area. It is sensitive as far as the landscape, water access. There's a river that goes by there and empties into the ocean. Any toxic material will then end up in our ocean. I feel that this is a very, very bad idea. It just, you oppose. And I oppose agreeing that this can be built. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. So that concludes public comment at this time. We have reached our time of 6 o'clock. I do want to pass the mic to Casey, who has more information to give. So Casey, on to you.
Thank you, Dorothy, and thank you, everyone. I am Casey Chang with the Siting, Transmission, and Environmental Protection Division. Truly thank you all for taking the time today to come here and share your comments. And a special thank you to those who joined us for both days on the May 29th and today. Earlier today, our public advisor, Mona Batty, mentioned that you can submit comments to our docket anytime using our e-commenting link. We did file a notice of preparation to the docket on May 2nd, and we wanted to note that comments on the scope and content of that environmental document in response to the notice of preparation are due by June 4th, 2024. Again, comments can be submitted electronically via the e-commenting system on the CEC webpage for the proposed Compass Energy Storage Project, or you can also mail directly to the CEC at the address identified on this slide. We'll pause for a second if anyone wants to take a screen capture or picture of this slide. This slide is also available on our docket now. We did file our presentation to the docket that we presented on May 29th. And we also have a recording of May 29th on the event webpage, and we will also have an event recording of today's event available soon this week. All right, can we get the next slide, please? I want to emphasize that we will consider all comments received as we prepare the staff assessment that will include a draft environmental impact report for the proposed project. We anticipate the staff assessment will be published and circulated for a 60-day review period in the fall of 2025. And then the next planned public meeting would be on the staff assessment. We will hold a public meeting as close to the project site as possible with the findings of the staff assessment during that public review period. And with that, again, we thank you for your public comments, and we will adjourn for today. Thank you, everyone.
Recording stopped.